Hey there, and welcome to Scrimba's Learn React course. React is arguably the most popular front-end library that exists out there today, so learning React will open a whole world of possibilities for you as a front-end web developer. These are very exciting times, not only for you as you're learning React, but also in the React ecosystem as well as the library progresses. And throughout this course, I'm excited to report that you are going to get your hands on the keyboard for as much time as possible because we are going to be building 6 projects together. I've designed the curriculum in a way that the projects will drive forward the curriculum, so most new topics that you learn in this course will be immediately applicable to one of these projects. The very first project that we'll work together is a simple static page with some fun facts about React. In the next section, we'll be building another static page, but this time that iterates over data in an array to determine what gets displayed to the page. Then in section 3, we are really going to dial it up. We're building an amazing project that I've called Chef Claude, where users can input a list of ingredients, send that list of ingredients off to an artificial intelligence engine to then get a suggested recipe based on the available ingredients that the user has. The next project we work on will be in a section all dedicated to learning about side effects in React, and the project is a meme generator app. After the meme generator, we have 2 back-to-back capstone projects. The first one is a game of tensies, where you roll a series of 10 dice and hold the ones that you want to keep and keep rolling until all 10 dice are the same number. And lastly, the fate of the programming world lies in your hands as we play Assembly Endgame, where you guess a secret word and every letter that you get wrong erases one of the programming languages from the face of the earth. All of the learning content in this course is 100% free, but we do have some additional offerings for those who have become Scrimba Pro members. One of the best offerings that we have is access to our solo projects. Solo projects are a way to really put your knowledge to the test. We give you the specifications for the project, a design file to follow, and then leave it up to you to build the project from scratch on your own accord. These solo projects end up being one of the best learning experiences you can have because it really pushes you to your limits and forces you to rely on the information that you've learned through the course. At Scrimba, we also give every single one of our students access to a Discord community where you can jump in, celebrate your wins, ask questions, get help, get code reviews on your code, join a weekly town hall meeting, and so many other fun things. This Discord is available to all members, free and pro, but for pro members, there also are dedicated help channels for each one of the modules in our front-end developer career path. By the way, if this is your first time watching a course here on Scrimba, many of the images in these slides are clickable and will lead to somewhere. So for example, if you click on this screenshot of our Discord server, it will send you to an invite for joining the Discord server. I'll always try to keep you informed when something is clickable on one of these slides. Something I always like to go through in my courses is to give you an idea of how you can get the very most from this course. Just like with anything in life, the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. Which is why I've adopted a saying that I think is a great way to approach your education, and that is that the easy way is the hard way. What I mean by this is that the best way for you to actually gain the knowledge and the skills from this course, skills that you'll actually be able to apply when you're staring at a blank editor at the end of this course, the easiest way to gain those skills is by putting in the effort. There's a common misconception out there that everybody learns in a different format or by different means. And research actually shows that the common thread of how people learn is by doing. I like to say that nobody ever becomes a concert pianist by simply watching YouTubes about playing piano. And while with the example of learning a new instrument, this might seem totally obvious, for some reason, students learning topics of web development tend to fall into something that's called tutorial hell. You can click on this link, which will take you to a great article which explains what tutorial hell is, but as a summary, it's where you work your way through an entire course, you get to the end, you feel like you've been learning all along, but because you've had a lack of participation or a lack of getting your hands on the keyboard to actually build projects, you haven't been truly internalizing or practicing those skills. The way to avoid tutorial hell is by, as I said, getting your hands on the keyboard, typing out the code that you're learning, trying new things. And most importantly, remember that throughout this course, you're not being graded. No one is going to be hovering over your shoulder and judging your performance. Making mistakes isn't going to hurt your outcome, it's only going to help your outcome. So be curious, experiment with the things that we're working on. I will be giving you tons and tons of challenges throughout this course, but you don't have to stop when you've met the criteria for each challenge. You can test things out and try something new. Break your code and then try to fix it again. So remember, in this course, the easiest way to get good at React is by doing it the hard way. So that's the effort that you need to put in. Here's what I'll be doing throughout this course. There's a really great book called Make It Stick, and this book outlines a sort of formula as to the best way to teach content so that students will actually learn it. And there are three main principles in Make It Stick that I've tried to apply throughout this course. One has to do with active retrieval. This is where you are required by the curriculum to retrieve past information that you've learned and apply it. When you learn something for the first time, if you have no intention to apply what you've learned, or if no one requires you to apply what you've learned, then your brain will say, hey, this is unimportant information, and it will discard it. The challenges, quizzes, and pro member solo projects are all intended to really hit on this active retrieval process. Another important tenet that they outline in Make It Stick is something called spaced repetition. It can be tempting when you're excited to learn something new to try and just burn through all the content as quickly as you can. This is usually manifested when you're trying to cram for a test right before the test. Spaced repetition, on the other hand, requires that you do take some breaks in between the content that you're learning. If while you're taking this course, there are times where you find yourself tuning out or forgetting what was just said, that's a good sign that it's time to press pause, step away from the computer, maybe get outside for a little while, do something different before you come back to it. On my side, the curriculum has been designed so that you do have to repeat some of the topics that we haven't touched on in a little while. There's a number of times throughout this course where I present a challenge to you, and that challenge does call back on some of the previous information that we've learned. And lastly, we need to make sure that when we're applying what we've learned, we do it in a variety of ways. And once again, this is something that I've tried to achieve with the different kinds of exercises and projects that I've built into this course. Now, this is a React course, and React is based on the fundamental technologies of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so before continuing on in this course, you should already have a comfortable working relationship with these technologies. If you feel like you might be lacking in any of those areas, that's completely okay. You can click on any of these logos to go to a free course that we have here on Scrimba to catch you up. My name is Bob Zarol. I'm going to be your course instructor for the entirety of this course. I tend to be most active these days on X. If you click my username here, it will open my profile on X. You're welcome to give me a follow. All right, I'm too excited to keep talking. Let's start learning React. In this first section, we are going to be learning everything we need to know in order to build static pages in React. And I know what you're probably thinking, but Bob, I already know how to make static pages. I understand that building purely static pages is not the reason that you're hoping to learn React, but I have found over my many years of teaching people React that it's important to first learn how to think in React. Writing good React code requires a bit of a paradigm shift from how you might be used to building web applications in the vanilla technologies of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so, in my experience, it's important to first get a solid foundation of how to think about React and think in React before we jump straight into the more fun and productive parts of React that really make it a magnificent framework for user interactions and web apps in general. In order to give some structure to the curriculum and in true Scrimba fashion, we are going to be building a project throughout this section called React Facts. And although it may look like a simple static page, it's really going to help us get the solid foundation that we need in React to continue on to maybe some of the more exciting projects that we have in this course. Throughout this section, we are going to be learning why you should even care about React. Chances are you found this course because you were told that learning React is an important step if you're hoping to get a job as a web developer or level up your skills in the web development arena. And so I think it's crucial to understand why people are telling you to learn React. Naturally, we'll be learning how to set up a new React project, and this bullet point actually encompasses both creating a new React project in the code, which you'll be doing directly here in Scrimba, or for those of you that happen to not be following along in Scrimba, we will be covering how to set up a new project on your local machine, which of course will be helpful for anybody when it comes time to building your own projects outside of the Scrimba environment. Then we'll be learning about the fundamental pieces of React, which are React elements and a syntax that the React team has created to make it easier called JSX. Then we'll take those React elements that we learn how to create and build our own custom components, which are reusable, composable pieces of code. And then, just so our stuff doesn't look too ugly, we'll learn how to style those custom components, and we'll be using tons of hands-on challenges along the way while we're learning these topics. So without further ado, let's jump in and start learning how we can build static pages in React. Before we dive into the nitty-gritty of how you set React up locally on your machine, I want you to get your hands on React as soon as possible. If you're taking this course on Scrimba, then you'll be able to just click into the same editor that I'm using and type along, do the challenges, and so forth. Assuming you have some experience writing HTML and CSS and some associated JavaScript, you should be very familiar with the idea that if you want something to show up on the browser, this is our mini browser over here, then we need to include it as markup in our HTML file. So I would just add something like an h1 that says hello world. I hit save, and sure enough, hello world shows up in our markup. With React, we take a bit of a different approach. Instead of adding anything manually to our markup, React will be in charge of taking our JavaScript and adding the associated markup to our HTML document for us. In order for this to work, I need some kind of placeholder. We're going to add a div here, which gives a place to React where it can insert all of the markup that we generate using React in our JavaScript files. I'm going to give this div an ID of root, and we'll see why in just a second. And before we move over to our index file, you might have noticed that the file extension here is .jsx. We're going to cover why that is in just a minute, but for now, let's just treat this like a regular JavaScript file. Here in the Scrimba interface, the implementation of React is sort of hidden behind the scenes. You can see in my dependencies, I'm using React version 19. Actually, at the time of recording this, the release candidate is all that's available right now. React 19 is on the cusp of being officially released. But because I have these dependencies installed and Scrimba is taking care of all of the bundling details and everything behind the scenes, if you have no idea what that means, that's okay. We're going to talk about it in just a few scrims. Now, before we move on, let me hit save. We'll get rid of this hello world that was showing up there because we removed that from our markup. And now to get the very most basic React app set up, I need to do two things. The first thing is I need to create a root. And don't worry about the terminology. We are going to be talking about this in just a second. And the second thing is I need to render some markup to the root. In order to create a root, I'm going to import, believe it or not, a method called createRoot. And this is going to come from the React DOM library, but from a specific submodule called client. So I need to import createRoot from React DOM/client. We can use this method to create a root. We'll go ahead and call it a variable root, and we'll call createRoot. And here we are. Why is it called a root? Well, since in React, we are going to be rendering all of our markup using React inside of JavaScript files, we need one central location where React can insert all of that content. And as we mentioned, this div with the ID of root that we set up is going to be like the root of our application. It's the one place where React will insert everything. So what I need to pass to the createRoot method is this DOM node, and I can get it by doing any regular DOM node selection. I can say document.getElementById, for example, and pass in the ID of root. And now that I have a so-called root, I can call a method on that root called render. Again, I know we're moving quickly. I'm just doing this so that we can get your hands on the keyboard, and then we'll come back and practice this and revisit it, so don't be too concerned about that. Okay, so what do I pass to the render method? Well, this is going to be a little bit weird, but I'm going to pass what looks an awful lot like HTML inside of my JavaScript. To distinguish this from what we had before, we'll say hello React. And here's the moment of truth. We'll go ahead and hit save, and look at that. We get our first text showing up on our screen. Now, I know we've done a couple strange things. We're moving kind of quickly, so now I want to just pause for a second. I want you to look over this code and try to memorize it as best as you can. The beautiful thing about Scrimba is I can give you a challenge now to rewrite this code, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing. So take a minute now to try and memorize this code. If you want, you can type it right down here below to get a little bit of muscle memory. Go ahead and do that now. And then it's your time for a challenge. Okay, your challenge is to rewrite those first lines of React code that we just had on the page. You can render anything that you want to the screen. It doesn't have to be an H1 like we had before. If I hit save, we'll see that disappears now. I'll put us on a new line here, and now it's your turn to work on this challenge. Okay, so we need to, I'll just get rid of this challenge text. We need to import create root from react-dom/client. Then we're going to create a root by calling create root. And what we pass to create root will be a way to select the DOM node that we want to put all of our JavaScript code or all of our markup from JavaScript into. Before I did that with document.getElementById, but just so we can see another way, I could use query selector and specify the hash mark root. This works in exactly the same way. And then I can use that root to render something, again, that looks an awful lot like HTML. Maybe this time I'll opt for just a simple paragraph tag. And we'll say, hello from the world of React. Hit save, and there's our paragraph showing up. Awesome. As you might have guessed, you don't necessarily have to do this in two separate lines. Instead of creating a separate variable, I could simply chain these methods together. Also, in true programming fashion, there's usually many ways to do the same thing, so you might sometimes see this importing the entire React DOM library and calling React DOM.createRoot. Honestly, at this point, it really doesn't matter, but I just wanted to show you a couple different ways in case you ran into it in the wild. We'll go ahead and leave it like this for now. All right, one last thing before we talk about how to set this up locally on your own machine. I'm going to give you a challenge, and spoiler, it's essentially going to be doing the exact same thing we just did, but without the help of seeing the code ahead of time. So if you want, take some time to memorize what's here, and in the next scrim, we will redo this challenge with a little bit of a twist. Okay, it's challenge time. I want you to set up a React app again from scratch. And this time, I want you to try rendering an unordered list with 2 or 3 list items inside that enumerate why you're excited to be learning React. At this point, I'll give another plug for the benefits of using Scrimba. I really want you to try this challenge to the best of your abilities before you just simply click the button and move on. You'll hear me say it a million times, but you really will just be shorting your own education and your own practice if you decide to take the easy way out. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with going back to the previous lesson to remind yourself of how it's done so that you can come back here and accomplish it, or even to go to Google or ChatGPT and ask questions there. Doing that discovery process is going to be much better for your long-term memory and your skill building in writing React code than it will be to just skip this challenge and move forward. Okay, enough talking, Bob. Let's start this challenge. All right, we'll get rid of this challenge text. Again, we're going to import create root from react-dom/client, and then we'll call create root. We'll pass to it a DOM node. I'll go back to using get element by ID. We'll give it the DOM node with the ID of root, and then we'll just go ahead and chain on our render this time. However, because I do have some nested elements, I'm going to go ahead and put these on their own lines. We'll create an unordered list, and at this point it should feel pretty familiar because we are just going to be writing what essentially looks like HTML. I'll go ahead and create a list item, and let's see, why am I excited about React? Well, it's a super popular JavaScript framework, or I guess you could say library. There's a little bit of contention about that. Let's go ahead and call it a library. And let's see, it will help me be even more employable. Learning React is going to help you think in a new way that most JavaScript libraries and frameworks are adhering to these days. Anyway, we're going to talk more about that. And I don't know, maybe let's do something a little more silly. React has a pretty cool logo. Sure, why not? Okay, let's go ahead and hit save. And look at that, we get a little bit of strange styling, but that's just from our CSS. But we have our list items on the page. This is great, and we're starting to see one of the benefits of using React is we can lean on a familiar syntax in HTML with a couple tweaks here and there that we'll be discovering as we go through this course. Hopefully that challenge went okay for you. Again, if you struggled through it, this would be a perfect time to go back and to try it again. Now that we've talked through it, it might stick even better in your mind if you go through it again. And nothing's ever stopping you from doing it as many times as you want. Get that muscle memory in, get the repetitions in, and remember to take breaks along the way throughout this course. Now that we've had a chance to get our hands on React, let's go back and talk a little bit more about how we can set React up locally, especially for those of you that are not following along in Scrimba. I mentioned how Scrimba has some magic happening in the background so that React just kind of works in the Scrimba environment. However, if you're coming from just learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, probably being used to just being able to double-click an HTML file and have it run locally on your machine, things are not quite as simple as that with the modern front-end ecosystem that exists today. Now, I do want your focus to be learning the syntax and the philosophy behind React before you start worrying about all of the tooling and how to deploy and what it means to build a project and all that extra stuff that is important to learn but kind of distracts a little bit from learning React itself. So if you're taking this course here on Scrimba, I recommend you just continue to do the exercises directly here in the Scrimba interface. That said, there will obviously come a point at which you want to build your own projects, and although Scrimba is more and more capable of doing that, when you go off to your developer job, maybe writing React, you probably aren't going to be building your production code inside of Scrimba. So I want to walk through how you can get a React project set up locally. We're going to be using the recommended build tool called Vite. And yes, it is pronounced vite. That's French for quick or fast. And to get started, you're welcome to click the screenshot here, which will take you directly to vitejs.dev if you want to read a little bit more about Vite. But I also, in this scrim, will be walking you through how to get everything set up. In order to use Vite on your machine, you need to have Node and npm installed already on your machine. If you open up a terminal, you can type node -v, that's to check the version of Node that you have installed. If it gives you any kind of version that's 18 and above, then you're golden and you'll likely be able to skip the next few slides that I'm about to show you. We also want to check if npm is installed, although as far as I know, once you install Node, you automatically get npm. Don't quote me on that for sure. But go ahead and use npm -v to check what your npm version is. If your terminal essentially says, I have no idea what you're talking about when you type this in, that means you need to install Node and npm. And I'm not necessarily going to walk us through how to install Node because there's a million YouTube videos that can help you out. In fact, if you click the screenshot here, it will take you directly to the query on YouTube, specifically installing Node.js with a package called NVM, which is short for Node Version Manager. I have found personally that Node Version Manager is the least complicated way to not only install Node, but also to update it as new versions of Node are released. Now, just for reference, I've included screenshots here, which you can click either one to take you either to the NVM repository, which is the Node Version Manager you would use if you're on a Mac or a Linux machine. And over here on the right is a link to a similar repository for NVM-Windows, which, as I'm sure you have figured out, is specifically for Windows platform. Now, at the time of recording, it does look like the NVM-Windows team is working on a new package called Runtime, which it says is the successor to NVM for Windows. But since that is not yet released, you'll just have to click on the screenshot and see if Runtime is the new way to do this. Now, I know I said I'm not going to walk through this whole thing. I'm not going to go through every single step. But once you do have NVM installed, you'll simply run nvm install --lts for the long-term supported version. And that will just get you the most updated, stable version of Node. Once you've done that, you can check again. For your Node version and your NPM version, and once those are showing real numbers, you are golden and ready to move on. And of course, as with all version numbers you see here, when you do this, it's probably not going to be these exact versions of Node and NPM because the ecosystem is evolving pretty quickly. And building your first project with Vite couldn't be easier. In your terminal, you're simply going to type npm create Vite at latest. And this will jump you into kind of a wizard that helps you create your project. It'll ask you to name your project, so you'll put in something like first-react and hit enter. Then it'll ask you to select a framework. As you can see, there are other frameworks that are supported by Vite. We're going to go down to React. And for this, you just use your arrow keys and hit return to submit. Once you do that, it's going to ask you which variant you want to use. We're just going to keep it as simple as possible for now and just use the regular JavaScript version. Hit return to submit that again, and everything will get scaffolded and ready for you to run. And helpfully enough, it tells you exactly what to do. We're going to first cd into our project, then we're going to run npm install, which will only take a few seconds to finish. And at this point, once we're finished, I personally prefer to run the development server inside of the integrated terminal in VS Code. And so I'm just going to use code space dot. That's the shortcut for opening the current folder inside of VS Code. And once I'm in VS Code, I can run npm run dev. This will spin up a development server on port 5173, and I can just go to localhost :5173 to see the default project that is created with Vite. At this point, you can interact with the different files and the code that you see. If this truly is your first time interacting with React, it might seem a little bit overwhelming. You would go directly here into the src or source folder and find a couple files there. Essentially, you can delete most of the content of those files, but it's always good to kind of play around in a new, I guess you could call it, code base, just to get a lay of the land. And with that, you should be completely set up to run a React app locally with Vite. Again, because I'm going to be giving you a number of challenges, many of which include some starter code, I still recommend being here on Scrimba to do those challenges with as few barriers as possible. The more you can get your hands on the code, the better you're going to learn React. Before we jump into some of the more theoretical reasons as to why people have really adopted React so heavily, I want to sort of jump in a time machine and go back to see how it is React looked in the very, very early days of React. We'll get a chance to get our hands on the keyboard and really dive into some code before taking another break and learning a bit more about the history of why we enjoy React. Let's spend just a minute talking about JavaScript libraries and JavaScript frameworks. At this point in your learning journey, you may have heard these terms before and wondered what they were, so I think we should go through them. First, let's talk a little bit about the difference between what a library is and what a framework is. Generally speaking, a library is something that is just a collection of reusable code. When you're programming, sometimes you'll find yourself having to rewrite some logic over and over and over again, maybe even across different code bases. And this is kind of where libraries step in. The point of libraries usually is to reduce the need to write some repetitive or complex things from scratch over and over. Because it's just a collection of reusable code, it's really up to you how it's going to be used, when it's going to be used. There really aren't any boundaries that you're expected to stay within. Its main purpose is just to simplify the task that you were already going to be doing. A framework, on the other hand, is a bit more structured. It usually has some kind of predetermined architecture and expects you to follow a specified pattern of development. Oftentimes, it's pretty important that you're very familiar with the documentation for frameworks because they do expect you to follow their patterns. Instead of essentially having no boundaries like a library often has, you are expected to work within the boundaries that are set by the framework. Maybe put a little simpler, there's kind of like a right way and a wrong way to use the framework itself. So the question often comes up, is React a library or is it a framework? Well, if you go to the React homepage, it specifically calls itself a library. It says it's the library for web and native user interfaces. Honestly, React has been built out as a whole ecosystem these days to a point where one of the most common ways to use React is to do it using a framework like Next.js. We're going to be talking about that in a second. I think it could be really interesting for us to take a quick overview of the history of some very popular libraries and frameworks in JavaScript. Way back in 2000s and frameworks in JavaScript to take a quick on native user interfaces. Honestly, React has been built out as a whole ecosystem these days to a point where one of the most common ways to use React is to do it using a framework like Next.js. We're going to be talking about that in a second. I think it could be really interesting for us to take a quick overview of the history of some very popular libraries and frameworks in JavaScript. Way back in 2006, there was a really popular library that was introduced called jQuery. And chances are you have heard of jQuery. Even if you're pretty new to web development, I would not be surprised if you've heard of jQuery. One of the main purposes of jQuery was to bridge the gap between different browsers and how they interpreted JavaScript to interact with the document object model, or the DOM. jQuery made it a lot easier to achieve that cross-browser compatibility, whereas before, with regular JavaScript, it was kind of a question. You might write some JavaScript that worked well in Chrome but didn't work in Firefox or Safari. jQuery definitely falls into the realm of a library. Its syntax essentially accomplishes the same thing that regular DOM JavaScript can accomplish, but with a syntax that's a lot more terse and some would say more familiar or easier to deal with. Then around 2010, there was a bit of a surge in JavaScript frameworks when AngularJS, Ember, and Backbone came out. There were definitely others at the time as well, but these were a little bit more closely aligned to a framework. They expected you to do things a specific way, and they started introducing the concepts of components on the web. AngularJS actually has kind of a funny history. It was created by engineers at Google. Its original name was simply Angular. And then later, around 2013, when React, the new Angular, and Vue.js came out, Angular, the original Angular, Angular 1, I guess you could say, rebranded as AngularJS so that the new version of Angular could simply be called Angular. Around the same time, we also saw React, and I think just a little bit later, Vue.js came out. And these three libraries/frameworks sort of represented the next wave of how to build web apps in JavaScript. Things definitely did not start slowing down at 2013. They only got more intense. In 2016, we saw the release of Svelte and Next.js, which is a full stack framework that uses React as its UI library. And from 2020 on, we saw a lot more showing up in Remix, Solid, Astro, Quick, Redwood, Alpine. There's so many others that have shown up since then. Each one of these has its own unique approach to web development, both front-end and full-stack web development, and it definitely can be pretty overwhelming to consider the realm of possibilities that exists out there. So of all the different choices that you have to learn, why choose React? For many of you taking this course, you are probably looking at React because it has the highest job demand. If you're considering getting into web development or you're trying to level up your skills as a web developer, I'm sure you have noticed that React has probably more job demand than any of the other libraries or frameworks out there. This is why we at Scrimba have chosen React to be the front-end library of choice in our front-end developer career path. Maybe as a quick aside, it's also important to note that oftentimes people hiring web developers, they're not going to be turned off by somebody who doesn't know their specific stack. They know that they're going to have to train somebody in their own stack, and they're really just looking for somebody who has the capability of learning and building cool things. That said, it definitely doesn't hurt to choose a library like React that already has the highest job demand. Another thing that makes React a great choice is that it has a huge ecosystem and community that supports it. Between the Reactiflex Discord server, the React.js subreddit, and the wealth of NPM packages that were specifically written for React code, you are definitely surrounded by a great ecosystem with React. Another thing that some people report they really like about React is that it has less magic that's happening behind the scenes. Don't get me wrong, React is doing a lot of magical things behind the scenes, but you as the developer are often expected to simply rely on regular JavaScript methods to accomplish certain tasks in React. Whereas some other frameworks expect you to learn their framework-specific way of doing something. As we go through this course, I think you'll see a few examples of that. This next one isn't specific to React, but it's very composable and declarative. This is a great reason to use React as opposed to just not using a library at all. And lastly, React is being very actively developed. The team at Meta were the original ones to create React back in 2013, and it's been actively developed ever since. Now, a question that I very often see in our Scrimba forums and subreddits where people are learning programming is asking, do I really need to learn JavaScript before I learn React? And my personal, unhesitating, emphatic answer is yes, you absolutely have to know JavaScript before you jump into learning React. If you tried to learn the two at the same time, it would become very easy to conflate what is JavaScript and what is React, and I think doing so would be a huge step backwards in your education in web development. So that's why in the introduction to the course, I specifically say it's important to already be familiar with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript before trying to learn React. Now, libraries and frameworks, they're not for everyone. So let's talk about when you might not want a framework. If you were just working on a simple static landing page for a business or your own personal website, it might be fine with such a small project to just stick to the core technologies of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Remember that frameworks or libraries like React are a big codebase of their own, and they will have to be pulled down to the user's machine anytime they want to run your project. On modern fast networks, that's not usually that much of a problem, but if it's just a simple small project, or if you do have network load concerns, maybe you need your app to correctly run on slow 3G networks in different parts of the world, then those would both be good reasons to just skip using a library or framework altogether, or at the very least to use a very lightweight one. These UI libraries and frameworks also come with quite a hefty learning curve compared to just the core technologies. So that's something you might need to take into account when you're deciding whether it's the right time to use a framework. Also, where the core technologies of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are not evolving or changing that often, frameworks do tend to be improved and upgraded, so you may find yourself spending a fair amount of time doing maintenance to your application, upgrading to the newest version, whatever it might be, and it's possible that's not something that you want to spend your time doing. And lastly, if you are already embedded in a codebase, it's possible that the framework of your choice may not be super compatible, or at least not easily compatible with your existing codebase. In the decisions you make in all of web development, you'll find that there's always trade-offs. And so these are just some of the concerns you might want to keep in mind when it comes to choosing your library or framework. Okay, let's get back to talking about some of these reasons to use React by talking about this specific point here, how React is composable and declarative. When we first wrote this code, I mentioned that it can seem a little bit strange for us to have what looks like HTML directly here inside of our JavaScript. And that's true. In fact, when React was first introduced, there was a short amount of time when this syntax didn't exist at all. Instead, React exported a function that was called createElement. Now, this is not to be confused with the document.createElement, although the concept is pretty similar. You see, within React, we can call this createElement function, and it takes 3 parameters. The first parameter is what type of element you want to create, very similar to document.createElement. The second parameter is something that's called props. We're going to spend a lot of time in props a little bit later. For now, because I'm creating an H1, I'm just going to pass null here because I'm more interested in showing what gets returned from this than anything else. The third parameter is what children we want our H1 to have. In our case, this is an H1 that's just going to have some text. So I'm just going to put some text in here and we'll say this is hello from createElement. Okay, I'll hit save. We see we get essentially the same thing that we had before. The syntax is maybe not as familiar and a little bit more verbose, especially, by the way, once you start to nest these inside of each other, but I'm not really planning to go deep down that rabbit hole. Instead, what I want to do is take the return value from this function and save it in a variable. Let's go ahead and call this React element. I'll set it equal to this create element call, and we'll go ahead and still render our React element. But now that I've done that, I can console log React element. And let's open up the console and see what we get. Okay, look at that. So what createElement returns is an object that has some information about the DOM node that is going to get inserted by React into our actual DOM. Notice this object is just a regular JavaScript object. It needs to be structured in this way so that React can understand what it is, but it's just a JavaScript object. Remember this because it will be key for us down the road when we start talking about JSX. So long story short, in the very early days of React, they created this function called createElement. It still exists today, as we can see. We're in version 19 and we can still use it. And createElement returns a regular JavaScript object with a specific structure that makes sense to React. Now, I don't have firsthand experience with this, but I suspect that the React team realized that this wasn't going to be a long-term solution, and so they created JSX, which is that HTML looking thing that we saw in the beginning of the scrim. let's take just a minute to look really quickly at JSX, and then we'll pull up some more slides and we'll talk about some of the main reasons why we care about React so much. When we first wrote this code, I mentioned that it can seem a little bit strange. As you can probably tell, using create element is not the greatest developer experience. We didn't really go into it, but if you wanted to nest elements together, like if you had an H1 that had, I don't know, maybe a span inside with some text, well, you would have to take your create element, and then instead of the children being just a text node like this, it would be another React element, which you would have to get by calling create element. And so then you would have your span, it would have, let's just say, no props, and then it would have its own children. I'm inside the span, and so forth. Definitely a far cry from how we're used to adding elements to the DOM with HTML. And so pretty shortly after React was initially released, the same team that created React also created the syntax for JSX, which allows developers to write what they're already very familiar with in writing HTML. If you want to add a span in here, just like in HTML, you would simply add a span. And under the hood, React is going to take this set of JSX elements that are nested together, and it's going to turn them into those create element calls that we saw before. Let's clean some of this up. This one's just sitting outside here, and we no longer need create element. Let me go ahead and change this H1 to just be a regular H1 that says hello from JSX. And notice what the console still says. This is from before we made this change, and it still says hello from create element as the children. We go ahead and hit save, and we get an object with the exact same structure. So the main point I want to get across is that JSX is simply what we call syntactic sugar on top of the create element call, and under the hood, React is taking this JSX syntax and turning it into calls to create element. Now there is a bit more to the object that we see here. For example, I can't just copy the object I see in the console and paste it in place of React element or try to type this out manually. There is a little bit more happening behind the scenes, but that's not really that relevant for you in this stage of your React journey. Next, we're going to pull up a few slides and learn a little bit more about some of the reasons that we love React, but I don't want you to forget the syntax you see here because I will be giving you an exercise requiring you to write it all again from scratch. We're going to be covering a bunch of different reasons why React is a great choice for libraries to be learning at this point in your learning journey, but there's two main reasons I want to talk about why it's best that we graduate from just using the vanilla technologies of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So what makes React so great? Well, the first major reason we're going to talk about is that React is something called composable. All this means is that we have the tools available to us that allow us to easily create reusable and interchangeable pieces of the web that can be combined in a lot of different ways to create complex systems. Now, I'll admit this next analogy is not the absolute perfect analogy, but let's talk for a second about what is arguably the most famous statue in the world. This is Michelangelo's statue of David, and I've had the privilege of seeing this in person in Italy, and if you've never seen it in person, you might not understand just how large this statue is. It is a 14-foot tall, solid marble statue. When this was created, Michelangelo had a block of marble, and he carved away chunks of that until what was left was the statue that you see here. My point in showing this is that the statue of David and all sculptures that were carved as a single solid block of stone or whatever material, what you have left is a single unit, and it can't be reused or repurposed in any way, which for artwork makes a lot of sense. Now, the reason this might not be the absolute best analogy is because this next picture is not nearly as beautiful as the original statue of David. If we are to set aesthetics aside, you can see that someone has replicated the statue of David with Lego bricks. Again, not nearly as beautiful, but I think it encapsulates the principle of composability really well. If you've ever played with Lego bricks, you know that they usually come in a big jumbled pile, and you can use those Lego bricks to create whatever your mind can conjure up. Each one of those little Lego bricks can be reused and repurposed in a lot of different ways, some of which are really rudimentary and simple, and some of which are pretty complex, like replicating the statue of David. In artwork, obviously this is more beautiful, but in web development, it's a very powerful tool for us to be able to take little pieces and combine them together in complex ways. Let's take a look at a small piece of code here. What you see here is a snippet from the Bootstrap website. If you have been in web development for a while, you might be familiar with what Bootstrap is. It's just a pre-built CSS library, and I took this directly from their website where it showed a bunch of different examples of navigation bars. This is over 30 lines of code that represent a single navigation bar. That by itself is not that remarkable. Navigation bars can oftentimes end up being this long or much longer. But if you were around in the early days of the web, you might have seen a series of HTML files, each of which was a different page on your website. And anytime you wanted this navigation bar to be at the top of that web page, you had to copy and paste this code to a separate HTML file. This meant that the first 30-something or more lines of code were dedicated to a navigation bar, and the only thing that really changed would require you to scroll way down the HTML page to find. Not only that, but if you wanted to make a change to this navigation bar, you might have to make it in a lot of different places. Now we can contrast that with what we get with React, which is custom components. You can even hear the similarity in the name there. These represent components that are more composable. I've given these kind of silly names here to really highlight the fact that these are custom. They're things that I have created. They're obviously not native HTML elements, but instead a custom component that represents all of the code that we saw here. This My Awesome Navbar encapsulates all of this code, and then anytime in my document that I want to include a navbar, I can simply render a copy of My Awesome Navbar, and I will get everything that comes with the code that we see here. And if I want to make a change, I can make that change in one place, and it will reflect everywhere My Awesome Navbar is used. Now, we're not fully ready to jump directly into the syntax of React, but I wanted to give you a chance to get your hands on this and really just kind of figure things out as you go. Interacting with code that is unfamiliar to you is a great way to obviously become familiar with it and to really create those links in your mind that will help you understand this in the end. You can see in our mini browser that I have that Bootstrap navigation bar showing up here, and in root.render I have this My Awesome Navbar custom component. If I scroll up, we can see the code for that custom component, and that starts right here on line 4. One thing you'll notice is that throughout the code I am using class name instead of just class. That's not a mistake. It's something that we do have to do in React. We're going to touch on that later. But for now, what I'd like to do is give you a challenge that will require you to deduce what I have done here and try to create your very own custom component in React. Let's scroll down here and I will add a challenge here. Okay, your challenge is to create your very first custom React component using the My Awesome Navbar component above as your template. You'll call your new component main content and just have it return a simple h1 element that says something like React is great. After you create that new component, make sure that you are rendering it inside of root.render just like we are with My Awesome Navbar. Just render it right here below that. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Time to work on this challenge. Okay, well, we can look above to the example of my awesome navbar and see that to create a new component, we just have to create a new function. And that function will return some JSX. In this example, the JSX is much more complex than what we're going to do, but that's okay. So down here, let's go ahead and create a new function called main content, and we'll have it return some JSX. We'll just have it return an H1. Notice that in the case above, we're returning everything collected together in parentheses. This is just a way for us to be able to start our markup on the next line. We're going to talk more about that later, but I don't necessarily have to do that if in this case I'm just returning a simple H1. Let's go ahead and say React is great. Okay, I can hit save and notice that our H1 is not showing up. Well, we've created this function, but we're not, you could say, calling it or rendering an instance of main content. We can do that by surrounding the name of our function in what looks like HTML tags. Let's go ahead and hit save, and there we have our React is great. Main content component is rendering to our mini browser. This is awesome. A quick note, I do have to put this slash towards the end. If I don't include it, then I get some kind of Scrimba errors showing up here. So it's important that for self-closing components, which is mostly what we'll be dealing with in this course, I do have to make sure I include that slash at the end. And that covers the concept of composability in React. As we progress through the course, we are going to go a lot deeper into the concept of composability. We'll see a bunch of different ways that we can make our components much more composable than they are just as we see here. But I think this has been a good start and a great way for us to get our hands on the keyboard. Next, we're going to talk about another major reason why people love React and front-end libraries like React in general, and that is that it's declarative. So that's what we'll be talking about next. Another reason that we love React is because it is something that we call declarative. Declarative simply means that we can lean on the library of React to handle all of the manual, tedious tasks that we otherwise would have to worry about ourselves. And I think understanding declarative is most helpful if we look at its opposite, which is imperative. So with something declarative, we can tell the program what should be done, and we can think of it like the computer saying, just tell me what needs to happen and I'm going to worry about how to actually do it. Whereas with the opposite of imperative, we need to describe how things should be done. This is like the computer saying, I need you to describe to me every single step along the way on how to do something, and then I'll execute the steps that you tell me to execute. Let's see an example of this in code. So we have here just about as basic of a React app as you can possibly have, which is all we've really worked on so far. But I want you to get your hands on the keyboard and try out a challenge. Okay, your challenge is to recreate this above line of code, which is actually still showing in our mini browser because I haven't hit refresh yet. But by recreating it in vanilla JavaScript, by creating the H1 using the create element method on the document, giving it some text content, just using the text content property of the new element you created, then giving that new element a class name of header, and then using append child to append this new element that you created to the div with the ID of root. And by the way, just so that we really drive this point home, I don't want you to use inner HTML to accomplish any of this. Using inner HTML is a little bit shady anyway. There's some situations where you can get in trouble by using it anyway. If it has been a while since you've done this kind of manual DOM manipulation, it's okay to search on Google to figure out how to do this. Use ChatGPT to help you out. Just don't let ChatGPT write all the code for you and then copy and paste it. Okay, it's your turn. Work on this challenge. Okay, so we can get our new H1. Let's say this is going to be, we'll just call it H1, and we'll use document.createElement. We'll create a new H1 element. We can add some text content to it by accessing the text content property. And maybe we'll just say this is manual imperative coding. Okay, I can give my H1 a class name by setting its class name equal to header. And then I can grab the div with the ID of root by using getElementById. We'll grab the root, and then I can say append child, and we'll append the new H1 there. Now, I don't think I've actually set up a class of header, but that's okay. Let's hit save, and sure enough, that works just fine. This is imperative coding, though, as the header says, and it's because we've had to manually tell it every single step of the way. First, create a new element, then manually add this text content to it, then add a class name to it, and each one of these has to be on its own line of code. Then take this new H1 child that we have slowly built up over time, append it, grab the element with the ID of root, append the new H1 to it, and as this says, this is really imperative. We have to tell it every single step of the way what to do. The way that we have just seen how we do it in React is, of course, quite a bit more declarative. Here, we can simply say, hey, React, I'm going to let you figure out how you should really turn this into a text node inside of an H1 element. We, of course, would say the class name is equal to header in order to be consistent with what we have down below. And React is going to figure out how to do this. A really good analogy that I have heard of to illustrate the difference between declarative and imperative is if you were to go to a restaurant and tell the host, I'd like you to lead me down the hallway by 50 steps and then turn right, we'll walk another 35 steps, and I'd like you to then seat us at the booth on the left. In that case, we have had to direct the host on every single step of the way how to set us down at a table at a restaurant. The equivalent declarative way is to trust that the host will know exactly how to do their job, and all we would have to say is something like, we would like a table for 4. The host might then walk us to the exact same booth that we otherwise manually directed them to sit us at, but we've been able to offload those specific instructions to a person, or in the case of React, a library, that we can simply trust to do its job. Now, of course, with something as simple as putting a single H1 on the page, well, first of all, we likely would just do something like that directly into our HTML. But with React, where most of the content on our page is going to be created in JavaScript, this example already demonstrates how much nicer it is to do it in a more declarative way. And especially if you think of all the steps that would be required to create even something as simple as this little section project that we're going to work on, it's just going to be so much easier to do it in React, where every element can be structured and look just like HTML, without us having to do all of the imperative, manual, tedious task of creating these text nodes and appending them to text elements and appending those text elements to their parents and so forth. Speaking of the React Facts project that you see here, it's time for us to jump in and start creating this from scratch. Before we jump right into our Section 1 project of React Facts, there's just a little bit of, I guess you could call it housekeeping, that I want to take care of, just so that we are set up to have success in working on this project. And in my regular style, I want to start us off with a challenge. I know you just did this exact same thing, but we're getting those repetitions in so that you can build the muscle memory in your fingers. I want you to set up a new React app from scratch. I've given you a couple hints here that should help you along the way. And in the end, I just want you to render a simple H1 element just like we did before. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Work on this challenge. All right, let's clean up this text, and we need to import the createRoot method from react-dom/client. With that, we can create a root, and we do it, of course, by calling createRoot. Then we need to pass to createRoot a DOM node where all of our markup will be stuffed inside of, and React is going to handle all that for us, so we just need to grab that DOM node by calling something like document.getElementById or query selector. We'll go ahead and use getElementById to get the element with the ID of root. Once again, that's in our HTML. It's our actual markup right here, and React will be in charge of putting all of our markup that we eventually create in React right inside of this div. So this tells React where to eventually render the markup, and we need to then call the render method on the root, so root.render, and this is where we tell it what to render. We'll go ahead and put in our JSX, and we'll just say this is React. I don't know, I'm not getting very creative here. Okay, hitting save should make this show up. It should say this is React. Perfect. Okay, great job. Let's tackle the housekeeping I want to handle first. I mentioned in the very beginning that you might have noticed we're using this .jsx extension instead of a regular .js extension. I'm actually fairly certain this would work. If I were to rename this to just index.js and hit save, we're still working. However, under the hood, we're using Vite, which we did see a lesson on how to set that up locally. And in the documentation of Vite, they recommend that if you ever have a JavaScript file in React that is using JSX in any capacity, then you should use a .jsx extension instead of a regular .js extension. We won't necessarily go into why Vite expects you to do that. Just know that it really helps Vite in its ability to bundle your code performantly and just make things work smoothly in the end. So it's now .jsx. I need to come make sure that I'm referencing the .jsx file. And keep in mind, before I wrote this line, I really wouldn't have needed to do that. And if we were using that old API using create element and doing all of this manually without JSX, then we wouldn't have to rename this to a JSX file. But because we are using this H1 right here with JSX, we need to make sure that it is a JSX file. Okay, that was one of the things I wanted to cover. The other little point of housekeeping I wanted to handle at this point was to talk something about images. In the React Facts project, we do have two logos. We've got the React logo up here in the header of this little project, and then we also have the logo floating around down here on the right side. With static images that aren't going to be changing or aren't coming from some kind of CDN or database, there is a kind of unique way that you have to deal with them that's different than what you might be familiar with when using vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Let me go ahead and take the project that you just built here, and first of all, we'll go ahead and put this on its own line so we can just deal with this single line here by itself, and I'm going to change it to be an image element. When you're writing static HTML, you are probably pretty familiar with saying that your source is going to equal a string, and then that is going to be a relative path to where your image is living. I've put the React logo PNG file on the same level as my index.jsx file, and so I should be able to simply say react-logo.png. This is going to be a strange proportion, but when I hit save, you'll see that the React logo is showing up correctly. And the truth is, even at this point, if you were to download this project as a zip file and run it locally, install the dependencies, it would be using Vite in the background, this would still continue to work. However, if you aren't really following along here in Scrimba and you set up a new Vite project, there's a chance that putting a relative path in your image source like this wouldn't work correctly. So I wanted to address that now. If anybody who isn't following along here in Scrimba finds that when I talk about putting your image path in the same way that I have here, where it's just a path that's relative to the current file that you're writing in, and you find that it's not working, the quickest solution for now is to just make it an absolute path from your project root. For example, if all of your code is in an src folder, you might put /src and then keep working your way down to where this actual PNG file is. Maybe you have like an assets folder like that. And when you do that, this will start to work again. Now, my point of housekeeping here is to let you know there is a better way to deal with static images in React, but we're not quite yet set up to learn about that. That's actually going to happen in the next section. But again, I just wanted to get ahead of it a little bit at this point so that there isn't too much confusion happening from those of you not following along here in Scrimba. And there is one final point of housekeeping I want to take care of now, and that is to talk about what you do when you want to render multiple elements inside of your render. It's really common for us to have components in React that render more than just one HTML element. However, you'll notice if, for example, I have an image and then I also try to render, let's say underneath it, an H1 that says this is another element, I'm getting this warning here, and if you hover over it, it says JSX expressions must have one parent element. And it's true, when I'm trying to render something, I cannot render two elements side by side in the way that I'm attempting to here. Remember when we learned about how JSX compiles down to that call to create element? And this is a create element from React, so I'll just go ahead to make sure that's clear. We'll import create element from React. Well, trying to render two JSX elements side by side like this would kind of be like trying to do this. Create element, create element. Of course, I have a problem here, and I don't think this is exactly what it's trying to do, but I find it helpful to think of it as a problem in terms of trying to call two functions back to back like this on the same line. Let me get rid of this syntax error so that we can deal with this other one. And of course, I'm not limited to only ever rendering one thing at a time. I just need to make sure that it's wrapped together in a parent. So in React, this simply means that if I want to have two elements, I need to wrap them into a single parent element that can house both of those elements together. This is kind of akin to how we saw we can have create element. In this case, it would be similar to saying we have a div, we're not going to worry about props, and then the children would be calling another instance of create element. And this is okay to do. Now, for accessibility reasons, div should probably be the last resort of what you reach to. There are a lot of other semantically correct HTML elements that we could use in its place. For example, maybe a main element would make a little bit more sense here. Or if it's a section, it could be a section or an article. It can be really helpful to go over to MDN and learn about these semantically correct containers and choose the one that makes the most sense. Okay, we've covered a lot of ground in this random housekeeping lesson. As a quick recap, if you're ever going to have any amount of JSX inside of your file, make sure that you rename your file extension to be .jsx instead of .js. Secondly, when it comes to images, actually, let me fix the path here because hopefully that didn't cause too many problems. We can see that this is working. If I scroll down, we have our H1 there. When it comes to images, for now, I'm just going to be using a relative path, and there's a chance that doing so inside of a freshly created Vite project would cause problems. So I showed you how to use the absolute path from your project root in order to make this work for now, and we'll be seeing a kind of more accepted way to do this later. And last of all, you can only ever render a single JSX element at a time, and that element can have as many children as you want, but there does need to be one parent element that encapsulates all of the other elements you want to show up on the page. With that, we are now poised to start working on our React Facts page, and we're just going to take it one little step at a time. All right, I'm excited to get started on our section project. As a reminder, this is what we're aiming for, and in this particular challenge, we're aiming for this point. There's some really rudimentary styles that I've included in our index.css just so that this didn't look quite so much like an eyesore. But notice for now, I'm just styling the core elements, and you won't have to worry too much about this at this point. You are starting from scratch again. I'm sorry if that feels a bit obnoxious. I do want to have your memory working so that you're not just cruising along through this course without putting in the effort. Some hints here, if you're doing this here in Scrimba, for the image source, you can just set it equal to react-logo.png. I've included that here in the project on the same root folder as everything else. But as I mentioned in a previous scrim, if you're following along locally with a Vite project that you set up manually, then you might for now have to put an absolute path to this logo. We're soon going to be learning about another way we can pull in images when they're static images, but for now we're not quite there yet. Also, since we haven't officially learned about how to tie class names into our JSX or do inline styles, when you render this image, it's going to be quite a bit larger than what you see here, but you can just use the width property just like you can in HTML. In my example down there, I just have it set equal to 40 pixels in width. Okay, enough talking. I'll hand it over to you to get started on this challenge. Okay, we can go ahead and import create root from react-dom/client. We'll create a root with create root. Remember, when we're doing this, we pass to it where we want React to put everything. So we'll grab the DOM node where we want everything to get put inside of, and that will be with the div that has the ID of root in our HTML right here. And then when we call render, we're telling React what we want to put inside of that div. As a reminder, I can't render an image followed by a sibling h1 followed by my unordered list, but instead I need to make sure that I'm only ever rendering a single parent element that surrounds everything. I could choose a div if I wanted to. I usually tend to do that as a last resort. For now, I'm just going to call it a main because that feels a little bit more semantically correct. Okay, let's surround these with the main like that, and I'll go ahead and stub out my unordered list with my 5 list items. Let's start with the image, and I'm going to add the source equal to React logo.png, and we'll see when I save we get quite a large image here. This is where I think normally I would resort to adding some CSS to style this, but for now we can see that we can just add width like we would in HTML and set this equal to 40 pixels. Okay, quite a bit more manageable. Let me go ahead and fill in the rest of the text, and I'll just cut to a finished point for that so you don't have to sit and watch me do that. And there we have it. All of our text is added in. One last thing I need to make sure I do is to add some alt text to my image, so I'll just say this is the React logo, and awesome. Now, of course, the project that we're working on here is very small in scope compared to a full website or web app that you would normally see. And right now we're just kind of stuffing everything right here inside of root.render. And I'm sure, as you have probably figured out or can imagine, this isn't going to be the long-term way that we do this. So next what we'll be doing is learning about how to make custom components, which will allow us a lot more flexibility and certainly a greater sense of organization than just trying to stuff everything inside of root.render. But before we jump into that, I have a little quiz that I want us to take just to reinforce the concepts that we've learned so far. Let's do a quick quiz before we move on and start learning about custom components in React. And what I'm going to do is mark this as a challenge in Scrimba, which will pause the playback and give you an opportunity to actually click here into the editor and type your answers down. And I would recommend actually typing the answers down because there's something about having to verbalize or write down your concise answer that requires you to think through it a little bit more rather than just kind of thinking within yourself, I kind of get the answer to that question. So when it pauses, actually click in here, read through the questions, answer them, and then we'll go through it together. Okay, where does React put all of the elements I create in JSX when I call root.render? Remember, there's 2 parts to creating this root and using this root. The first part is creating the root and telling it where you want to put all of the elements that get rendered, and then the second part is what you want to render in that spot. So when React renders all of this, it puts it all inside of this div with the ID of root, because that's the one we selected when we created this root. And you can actually verify that even here in Scrimba. If you open your developer tools and you select one of the elements in the mini browser here, if you dig deep enough, you'll eventually find this HTML document nested inside of the HTML document of the Scrimba window. And you can find the div with the ID of root, and you can expand it, and you'll see this main element, and it'll have an image and an H1 and unordered list and everything. So let me actually type down an answer here. Okay, it'll put all of those elements inside of the div with the ID of root, or of course you could choose a different element when you're calling create root and it'll put it inside of that element instead. Okay, number 2, what would show up in my console if I were to run this line of code, console log h1 with the text hello world? I intended this to be a little bit more of a generic answer, not necessarily giving me the exact structure, but the answer is an object. This object is just a plain JavaScript object. It does have its prototype chain set up in a specific way that React can recognize and use it, but it's just a plain JavaScript object. If we were to create a new element or create a new text node or something like that in plain JavaScript and console log that, it wouldn't be just a regular JavaScript object, it would be an instance of whatever it was that we were creating, like a new HTML element, for example. So let me fill out this answer a little more. And I just wrote out essentially what we just talked about. Okay, number 3, what is wrong with this code? Hopefully it was clear that I wasn't expecting you to say, well, it needed to import the create root method or anything like that. But instead, the point is that we can't have two sibling elements being rendered together like we show here. Instead, there has to be some kind of wrapper component, or element rather. So we might have a div, or let's say a section, just for kicks. So this would be the correct way, and now nothing is wrong with this code. Let me type that answer down. Again, you can only render one parent element at a time, and as a reminder, that parent element can have as many children elements as you want to put in there. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit. Number 4, what does it mean for something to be declarative instead of imperative? Imperative means you need to tell the computer exactly how to do its job. Step by step, you give it very specific instructions for it to accomplish the task, whereas declarative, we can lean on the library or framework or whatever it is that we're using to do the heavy lifting for us. And we can write our code in a lot more of a descriptive way and let the tool, like React, handle the heavy lifting for us. You might have participated in or seen one of those challenges where you're supposed to describe to somebody how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And when the person takes the instructions very, very literally, it usually ends up as a big mess. That's more like giving imperative commands to doing a regular task, whereas the declarative way would be to say, please make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you would just trust that the other person knows how to handle all of the steps along the way. I think another helpful way to think of the term declarative is to use this word describe. Declarative means we can write our code to simply describe what should show up on the page and allow the tool like React to handle the details on how to put those things on the page. HTML, for example, is a very declarative language because you simply describe the contents of a page and we expect the browser to know how to handle displaying that. In vanilla JavaScript, when you're trying to create a bunch of elements on the page, it's very imperative because without something like JSX, you can't simply type out the structure of your page. You need to create the nodes individually and append text to them and add click handlers and all sorts of things like that. I think I'm belaboring the point a little bit. Let's move on to number 5. What does it mean for something to be composable? All composable means for us in web development is that we can take larger sections of what we're trying to build and break it down into smaller pieces. We can make those pieces flexible enough to handle multiple different scenarios so that they can be reused in multiple different ways, which allows us to, in the end, write a little less code, which leads to fewer bugs and allows us to make something greater than if we just tried to, I guess metaphorically, carve the final product out of one single giant block of stone. So as an answer, that might look something like this. When something is composable, it means that we have small pieces that we can put together to make something larger or greater than what the individual pieces themselves could possibly make. Great job on this quiz. Hopefully all of this was pretty straightforward at this point. This is a great chance to do some self-reflection and see if you think you might be falling behind, then this is not the time to just keep pushing forward. Remember, nobody's giving you a grade for this course. You're not going to receive some kind of award by going through it quicker. In fact, in the end, you're less likely to get the outcomes that you want if you plow ahead without understanding what we're learning. Keep up the great work, and next we're going to look into making custom components in React. When we first started talking about components, we saw this example where we can encapsulate a bunch of logic inside of our own custom components, almost like our own custom HTML elements, which gives us a lot of flexibility to reuse those elements whenever we need to, make changes in one place and have it reflect that change everywhere, and ultimately provide us a lot of composability with the way that we write our user interfaces. So far, we have not really been doing that at all. We've been stuffing everything inside of root.render, which has served us really well as we're learning the basic syntax, but it's time for us to jump into creating our own custom component. Now, it's not actually the first time that you've done it, because you got your hands on super early in the course where you were able to create your own main content component. And what we saw back then was that we used the concept of a function to give us the power of reusability. And I'm sure this is a familiar concept because functions are used in every programming language that I know of, and its purpose is to encapsulate reusable pieces of code, allow you some flexibility with things like adding parameters to it, and then to call that function whenever you need to accomplish that task. And that's exactly what we do when we're creating custom components. Let's see an example of how we might intuit creating custom components, and then we'll see just some really slight tweaks to make it sort of the more accepted React way. Let's say I wanted to take everything here that I am currently rendering inside of root.render and put it inside of its own custom component. Well, just like any other function, let's go ahead and try this. We'll say I want to return this markup. And notice that here I'm starting with the main element right here on the same line as my return. This is viable as long as I start on the same line with my JSX. All of the other JSX will kind of follow as part of the return. However, it's much prettier to put this inside of parentheses. I can just wrap everything inside of parentheses, and that allows me to keep my JSX markup on its own lines. Let's give this function a name. Maybe we'll just call it maybe temporary name for now. Clearly, we're going to be changing this, and I probably should spell temporary correctly. Okay, well, what would happen if inside of root.render, instead of having all of my JSX there, I just called temporary name? Let's make this a little bit larger, and let's save it and see what happens. And look at that, it's working just fine. And this makes sense because we're returning those JavaScript objects that get created with JSX code from our temporary name. So it's essentially the same thing as if we just cut this out and pasted it in this temporary name function calls place. However, when we're dealing with React, as you have seen, this isn't really how we render these components. The first thing to know is that with custom components in React, we have to use something called Pascal case. It's essentially the same thing as camel case, where normally you would have a space, you remove the space and put a capital letter. The only difference is we need to start with a capital letter as well. So we would have temporary name with a capital T at the beginning. So let me go ahead and change this up here. And then the only other difference is instead of calling it like a regular function with the parentheses, we would surround it in angle brackets in very much the same way we would a self-closing HTML element. Okay, let's hit save. And awesome, things are working exactly like they were. Not only that, but now we're following the regular React convention. Okay, guess what time it is? It's time for a challenge. And guess what? I'm not going to make you write it all from scratch again, at least not right now. Okay, the first part of your challenge is to create a new page component. That page component should return an ordered list of the reasons why you're excited to be here learning React. Don't worry too much about this list, just throw something in there and make it fun. Then, after you've created the definition for that custom component, make sure that you render it to the page so it actually shows up in the mini browser. Okay, good luck. Work on this challenge. Okay, well, to create a new custom component, we create a new function. We'll call it page with a capital P, and we can have it return some JSX. I'm going to surround it in parentheses so I can put it on its own lines, and we'll have it be, actually it's supposed to be an ordered list. And we'll just put in a couple list items here. Maybe for one, we'll say React is a popular library, so I will be able to fit in with all the coolest devs out there. Awesome. And I don't know, for the other one, let's say that I am more likely to get a job as a front-end developer if I know React. And I think there's some truth to that. React is the most popular UI library out there. Knowing React doesn't hurt by any means when applying to jobs. Let's clean up this challenge text, and let's see what happens at this point if I hit save. Notice that our page is still blank. Well, that's because we've defined our component, but we are not creating an instance of it. We're not rendering it at all. Again, I technically could call it like it were a function, and we see that that kind of works. However, the, of course, much stronger convention is for us to render it as if it were an HTML element by surrounding it in those angle brackets. While we're looking at this, I think it's important to note that while throughout this course we're mostly going to be dealing with self-closing components like we see here, any component that you create can also have its own separate closing tag like we see here, and you can see if I hit save, it's going to be working exactly the same. In my advanced course here on Scrimba, I do talk a lot more about this way of using components. This is another example of how components are very composable, opening up quite a bit of power to developers when it comes time to placing some elements inside. Don't worry too much about this because, as I mentioned, we're not really going to be doing a whole lot of this throughout this course, so we'll just be sticking mostly to the self-closing syntax that we see here. Okay, nice work on part 1 of this challenge. In part 2, we're going to be adding a little bit more to the page that we see here. This would be a perfect time to, again, do a self-assessment to see if you are ready to move on. One thing you could do, and I'll mention this a few times, is you could just delete everything and see if you can build the whole thing again from scratch without any help. So I'll bring all this back, but that is an exercise that you are more than welcome to impose upon yourself at any point throughout this course. When you're ready, let's move on, and we'll start on part 2 of the challenge. All right, let's get started on part 2 of this challenge. And actually, at the end of this challenge, our little silly page that we're making here is going to look an awful lot like the React Facts section project that we're going to be building as well. I've broken the steps down into 3 bullet points. Each one represents another section of our page. So the first thing I want you to do is to add a header element. That will be the first thing that we're returning from our page component, and that will just have an image element inside. Make sure to read the text for any of the details here about setting the source, the width, or the alt text. After that, I want you to add an H1 to our main page that has something like reasons I'm excited to learn React. Put it above the ordered list and then wrap both the H1 and the ordered list in a main element. Again, this is allowing us to maintain some semantic structuring inside of our little page here. Then at the bottom, you'll add a footer that just has some text like this. Okay, I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead and work on this challenge.
So before we start setting up Prettier and ESLint in Visual Studio Code, let's just talk about what the difference between Prettier and other linters is. So linters basically have two categories of rules. The first category is formatting rules that help you format your code, like if you want to have single quotes instead of double quotes, if you only want to use tabs, if you want to limit the length of a line of code, etc. Whereas the other category is code quality rules. These rules follow a particular guideline of your project and will give you a warning on any problematic patterns that it finds. So these code quality rules will have to be set up by you, and then your linter can give you warnings based on those guidelines. Like if you set up that no unused vars, that'll basically mean if you set up a variable and not use it, it'll give you a warning. So for our first category of rules, that is the formatting rules, we'll be using Prettier. For code quality rules, we'll be using ESLint. It's important to note that Prettier can only handle the formatting rules. It cannot handle any of the code quality rules. Whereas a linter like ESLint can not only handle code quality rules, but can also set up formatting rules for you. However, Prettier does have a good set of default rules, which makes it really easy to set up code formatting. So we'll let Prettier handle these formatting rules, whereas we'll use ESLint only for the code quality rules. So let's go ahead and install our extensions. For demo purposes, I've got an empty React Native project here that I've created with Expo. First, let's install Prettier. The one we want is by Esben Peterson, and it usually comes up on the top. Once it's installed, open up your preferences and search for single quotes. Scroll down and make sure Prettier single quote is checked. This will automatically convert our double quotes to single quotes. Also, just make sure format on save is also set to true. So type format on save and check this box. Now let's come to our app.js, and here we'll replace these two single quotes with double quotes and press save. We notice that they automatically get converted to single quotes. Next, let's go ahead and install ESLint. The one we want is by Dirk Baumer, and it comes up usually with a star. Once it's installed, come back to our app.js, and you'll get an error here which will ask you to install an ESLint file. That's not coming up again for me, but the output will look something like this. It tells you to install ESLint in your project folder or globally install it. If you remember, I had told you that ESLint on its own does not provide any configuration. It only follows the configuration that you give it. But as always, we have someone there who's helped us out. In this case, it's the team at Airbnb, and now this is maintained by the community. They already have a set of styles which are more or less accepted by everyone, and we'll go ahead and install these. Installing this will not only install the Airbnb config, but it will also make sure that the ESLint dependency, the one we were getting the error about, will go away. So we'll just copy this line of code here to install our config along with its dependencies. Once that's installed, all we need to do is, in your root folder, go ahead and create a .eslint.rc file. And here we'll say extends and pass in Airbnb. Once we save that out, come back to our app.js. In case we don't see any linting, just restart Visual Studio Code. And there we can see we're getting our warnings. So here we're getting some warnings from ESLint which we want. However, if you come here, you notice that it says missing trailing comma. As per our Prettier config, we don't want a trailing edge comma. But ESLint is still providing us this error. So there is some sort of conflict between Prettier and ESLint. Like we had decided earlier in this video, that we let Prettier handle the formatting and ESLint only the code styling. Let's go ahead and disable the ESLint formatting. We don't need to do that manually again. We can just go ahead and install this dependency called ESLint config Prettier. So this will just turn off all rules that are unnecessary or might conflict with Prettier. Open up your terminal again and type npm install ESLint config Prettier. Once that's installed, let's come to our .eslint.rc file. And here, as per the documentation, after Airbnb in the extends, let's pass in Prettier. Make sure to put Prettier in the end so that it can override the Airbnb config. Let's save that out. And as we come back, we notice that the ESLint error for the trailing edge comma is now gone. So now we have Prettier formatting our code and ESLint giving us code quality warnings, which is exactly what we want. You can obviously go and dig into the documentation to see the various other options available with ESLint and with Prettier and configure it to your own liking.
So before we actually move ahead and learn exactly what is JSX in this lecture, I just want to quickly cover a simple tool which could be used for code formatting. So if you take a look at my code here, let's say if I type some tag like that, and let's say if I have some space here. So what happens is, as soon as I save my code here, as you can see, my code gets auto formatted. So the way in which this is happening is that I'm actually using an extension called as Prettier. So if you're already familiar with the Prettier extension, then you could absolutely go ahead, skip this lecture. But for those of you who don't know what Prettier is and how to set it up, this is the lecture for you. So in order to set up Prettier, simply go to the extensions tab here and search for an extension called as Prettier. And click on the first extension, which is the most popular one which pops up. And over here, you just need to install and enable that extension. And once that particular extension is enabled, what you could do is you could simply scroll down over here. And here, you just need to copy the code which is given here. So this is the code which you need to include in your settings.json file. So you simply have to copy this code, and then you have to go to file or preferences, then go to settings. And once this file pops up, you actually have to open up the JSON format of that particular file. And over here, I've already pasted the JSON format of that particular file. And over here, I've already pasted that particular snippet here. So you just have to give a comma. And after giving a comma, you just have to paste this code, which is nothing but the settings for the Prettier extension. So after copying and pasting this in here, you simply have to give a comma at the end as well, just the way which I have given here. So make sure that you have a comma over here and over here, or else your file is going to have some errors. So simply go ahead, make sure that your file looks the same as this one, save this, and after saving this, there's one more setting which you need to change. So again, if your settings file is closed, you again go to file, go to preferences, go to settings, and over here, you have to search for an option which says format on save. So format on save. And you need to make sure that the format on save option is enabled.
think the biggest trick in this challenge is that as soon as you add a header, you're now trying to render two sibling elements at once. If you hover your mouse over here on the closing parenthesis where the red squiggly is, it very helpfully tells us JSX expressions must have one parent element. For now, what I'm going to do is just add a div to surround these, but very soon we're going to talk about another way that we can accomplish this. A div will work just great for us for now. Inside our header, we'll add an image element, and we'll just go ahead and add those three attributes. We have our source, our width, and of course, width is not a required attribute by any means. Very shortly, we're going to learn more about how to use real CSS to do this sort of thing. And as always, we should make sure we include our alt text. Okay, for our second bullet point here, I'm actually going to work a little bit backwards. I'm going to first surround everything in a main element. Okay, and then I'll add my H1 here at the top. I think my spacing is a little bit funny here because of the way I had it formatted. Let me fix this. Okay, it's been a minute since we hit save. Let's go ahead and see how we're doing. Okay, things are looking pretty good. We have one final thing, and that is to add our footer. And this wasn't really part of the challenge. I think I'm going to put this in a small tag like this, just to provide it a little less emphasis. And let's just go ahead and copy what we see here. And at the time of recording, we are in 2024. And my last name is Zroll. So we'll just put that in there. And awesome. Let me hit save. Good. Now we're protected from people trying to steal our really important code here. Let's go ahead and clean up the challenge text. And awesome. Hopefully that wasn't too big of a challenge. If it was, that's completely okay. And again, that's a perfect sign that tells you that it's time to keep practicing this before pushing ahead. Now, some of you seeing this might be wondering why we're just shoving everything together into this one large page component. This doesn't really teach us about composability and how we can make our own smaller custom components that each do one little piece at a time. And you would be right. We are going to be doing this very soon, and that should improve the composability and the readability of our code. Before we do that, I have another quick quiz that I want to give, and then we'll jump right into making multiple different custom components and talking about the relationship between parent and child components. Okay, let's do another really quick quiz. You know the deal. I'll mark this as a challenge. It'll pause the stream, and I actually want you to click in and type your answers down under each one of these questions. Then we'll go over everything together. Okay, number one, what is a React component? Simply put, a React component is a function that returns React elements. Okay, so what exactly is a React element? Well, a React element is a React version of what we see in the DOM. You can think of it kind of like the React version of an HTML element, and because JSX looks so similar to HTML elements, we call them React elements. However, the main difference is when we're returning React elements like our div and our header and everything else that you see here, well, first is turning the JSX syntax into calls to react.createElement, and then the createElement function is turning them into JavaScript objects that React then is able to interpret and turn into real DOM nodes under the hood. So in answer to this question, we say that a React component is simply a function that returns React elements. And I think the pluralization here is key. Sometimes you'll hear people talk about how this is UI that the React component is returning. This is just short for user interface. It essentially means the same thing we just talked about. Okay, number two, what is wrong with the code that we see here? Well, it is a pretty small change, but we need to make sure that when we're defining our components in React, we need to use what's called Pascal case, and that is where the first letter is capitalized. The rest of it follows the regular rules of camel casing. All right, and then number three, what is wrong with the code that you see here? The component itself is perfectly fine. However, when it comes time to render that component, and render in this case just means to create an instance of this component and let React put it on our actual page, we don't call it like a regular function as you see here. Instead, we surround it in the angle brackets similar to regular HTML syntax. This is a way to signify to React that we want to create an instance of this header component, which under the hood essentially calls our component, returns the header element with the image inside these React elements, as we talked about in question number 1, which then eventually get compiled down to those JavaScript objects, which React then interprets as real elements in the DOM. I know when I list out that many different steps, it makes it seem a little bit inefficient, but trust me, React is very fast at doing all of this. Okay, short and sweet. Hopefully you were able to follow along. Next, we're going to be learning more about how we can compose our components together. I mentioned that there would be an alternative to surrounding everything that we see here in a div like I did here to avoid that issue with multiple different JSX elements trying to be rendered all at once. And this workaround is something that React has actually created itself. We're going to import something called F fragment, and that comes directly from the React library. This is a so-called built-in component from React that we can use, and we can render it right here as if it were a regular HTML element. We'll put the closing fragment down here at the bottom. Need to make sure I close this correctly, and I can indent everything. And we see that that error has gone away. I can hit save and my page is going to display the same way it was before. There's a slight difference though in the resulting HTML. When I had a div here, remember that I'm rendering that div and all of its contents directly here inside of my HTML. And so what I end up getting is another nested div whose purpose doesn't really exist. And then all of the other markup that I have here. If I were to just copy and paste this into my HTML, this is essentially what React would be creating. When I use a fragment, React will not actually insert another nested level of an element here. It's a workaround that allows us to combine multiple different elements together, but without creating another DOM node that it has to worry about. So by using a fragment, I essentially end up with this. It's a little bit cleaner. It doesn't insert unnecessary elements into the DOM as much. It also can have a couple other random side effects, like when you're dealing with Flexbox or grid containers and child elements. Most of that is a bit beyond the scope of what we're concerned about right now. Let me clean up my HTML here since React is going to be doing that work for us. And one final thing I want to talk about is this is a little bit cumbersome to have to import the capital F fragment like this. And so React has actually implemented a simpler way where instead of typing out fragment, I can put an empty angle bracket set just like this, and then I don't need to import anything. So when you're looking at my code or other React code, you might see these empty angle brackets just like you see here, and under the hood, that's just creating a fragment, which essentially allows us to bypass that issue about rendering multiple sibling React elements together. No real challenge with this one, just wanted to make sure I covered that base. As we've talked about, it's really not ideal that we have a single page component and we're just stuffing all of our markup into that page component. Don't get me wrong, in real React apps, this is still a very, very small component. These components can sometimes become hundreds of lines long, and there's legitimate reasons to do it that way. But that wouldn't be a great learning experience for us as we're trying to learn more about composing our components together. To help illustrate this, I'm going to provide a quick mini challenge for you. Okay, in this challenge, I want you to take the header element that we're currently rendering inside of the page component and move it into its own component called header. Then in its place, I want you to render an instance of that new header component so that when you hit save, well, everything will pretty much look exactly the same way you see it now. Okay, go ahead and give this your best shot. All right, well, if we want to create another component, we won't want to do that inside of our page component here, but instead outside of it. So I'm going to create a new header function. It will return the code right here, these elements, this header element, and that does the first part of the challenge. Next, all we need to do is create an instance of that header component, and we'll do it in the exact same way that we've seen before and that we see down here with the page component. We'll surround the name of our function in these angle brackets just like that. I'll hit save, and my header is still up here at the top. Now, of course, when we're dealing with such a small application like we see here, this is probably overkill. I think I'm probably prematurely optimizing to create separate components like this. But I hope the idea is coming across. When you're working on a larger application, your header is very unlikely to be 3 lines of code. It might include a lot more dealing with user interaction, pulling in data from a database, and all sorts of more complex things like that. In those cases, I think it becomes much more apparent that it's really, really helpful to move that kind of logic into its own separate component, thus compartmentalizing it and making it not only reusable, but a lot easier to deal with as a developer. Okay, let's continue on with this challenge. Just to get a little extra repetition in, the continuation of this challenge is to move both the main element into its own component that you call main content and the footer element into its own component called footer. Then make sure that you remove that from the page component and render main content and footer in its place. Go ahead and work on this challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and create a new function called main content. And before I work on that, I'll go ahead and create my footer component as well. Let's add a return to each. each of these. Okay, we'll come down here and copy or rather cut out the main element here and put it inside of our main content, and we'll do the same thing with our footer. Again, if I hit save at this point, we'll see that I'm only showing my header because my page is only rendering my header component. So we'll go ahead and render our main content and our footer. Hit save, and we're back where we started. Again, I know this might seem a little bit tedious. Hopefully getting the repetition in like that is a good thing. As a React developer, you are going to write hundreds and thousands of components, so this is really just starting you out on that journey. Also, again, this is pretty clear that it's prematurely optimizing to create these 3 separate components. If you were to know that this was the extent of the page you were trying to create, then you probably wouldn't do this. However, in most scenarios, it really does make a lot more sense to have a separate header component, maybe a separate footer component, and then probably quite a bit more than just a single main content component that contains the main portions of your site. Let me go ahead and clean up the challenge text. And before we move on, I just want to talk about the terminology of parent and child components. What we've done here is set up a bit of a hierarchy where we have a page component, and that page component, which we're rendering right here, will on its own render a header component and the other 2 components. And typically in a larger React app, this will continue on down the tree where, for example, the main content component might be rendering other custom components, and those ones will probably be rendering other custom components, creating this tree hierarchy, which results in what we call parent components and child components. And you can take that analogy as far down the line as you want, calling grandchild components and grandparent components, which in the end allows us to really create a masterpiece of composed custom React components together, which, similar to that statue of David made out of Lego bricks, allows us to create the website or web application that we want to create. All right, nice job on that challenge. At this point, I think it's well overdue for us to learn more about how we can style our components, because right now we're not doing a whole lot of styling here. We're doing some inline styling with the width attribute, and I have some CSS that's just selecting entire elements. And so let's go ahead and see what it takes for us to add some CSS to our components. Let's get started first by completing another challenge. Inside of our header, right here where I've left a space for you, I want you to add a nav element. Inside that nav element, you should add an unordered list, which should contain 3 list items. And those list items should say pricing, about, and contact. Don't worry at this point about any kind of styling. It's not going to look very pretty. Go ahead and work on this challenge. Okay, so let's add a nav element like this. Inside that nav, we'll add an unordered list, and we'll have 3 list items. Those will say pricing, about, and contact. Okay, let's see what we've gotten ourselves into. We'll hit save, and it's beautiful. Done, ship it. No, let's learn about some styling so that we can make this look actually like a navigation bar instead of this weird 1990s website. Fortunately, styling something in React is not that different than you are already familiar with using vanilla HTML and CSS. Let me clean up this challenge text and head over to our HTML file. Notice that we are linking our style sheet here inside of our HTML file, which means just like in regular vanilla HTML and CSS, we can just add any classes that we want to our JSX over here in React and then access those classes in our CSS file in order to style them. However, as we've briefly touched on, there is one minor difference, and that is whenever we're styling something in JSX, we won't use class equals, but instead we'll use class name with a capital N. And there's actually a good reason for this. I think a common misconception is that people think, well, we're inside of a JavaScript file and the word class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript when you're creating a new class of something. But that's actually not the reason that we use class name in React. Remember that React is going to take these JSX elements and eventually turn them into native DOM elements. And when we're creating a DOM element, like if I were to say we're creating a new unordered list, I would use document.createElement, unordered list. And then in JavaScript, if I wanted to add a class name to that, I would say ul.className equals, and then set it equal to the class name that I want it to have. Of course, in vanilla DOM JavaScript, there's also things like class list where you can add properties and so forth, but that's not what we're concerned with at this point. Under the hood, I'm accessing the native DOM properties of this unordered list that I'm creating in JSX. And so something you'll just have to become used to in React, whenever you want to add a class to your JSX, you'll use the property class name instead. So with our unordered list, maybe we'll give this the class name of, I don't know, nav-list maybe. Obviously, in such a small setup, it might be easier just to select the nav and then the unordered list inside of nav, but that kind of defeats the purpose of learning about CSS with classes. So with our unordered list with the class name of navlist, we can go over to our CSS and let's select navlist just like we are used to doing with a dot at the beginning because it's a class name. And maybe the first thing we should do is take off those bullet points by saying list style none. And sure enough, there it goes. Our bullet points are gone. Okay, and with that under our belts, that brings us to the next part of our challenge. The next part of the challenge is to use Flexbox and line our list items up horizontally so that they're in line with the React logo, which should in the end look something more like this. I think in this example I did bump up the font size, but you don't have to worry about that if you don't want to. As I've written in the note here, just for practice's sake, I don't want you selecting any bare elements like selecting the entire nav or the entire unordered list, but make sure that you add a class anywhere that you're wanting to do some styling. All right, it's your turn to work on this challenge. I think the trickiest part with this challenge is having to create a couple different Flexbox containers. So let's just start right here with our unordered list, which we already have a class name for. So I should be able to say display flex. And okay, the items are lining up. That's great. I'm going to worry about the spacing in just a minute, but for now, let's get it so that the logo and the unordered list are in a line. If we look at our markup again, we have our logo right here, and our nav is the next item that needs to be aligned, which means that the parent of these two, the header, is what needs to become a flex container. I could just select the header. I think if I were doing this for real, I probably would just select the header in this case, but I'm going to give it a class name of header just so we can get a little extra typing practice in there. And then in our CSS, we will, actually I'm going to put this above the nav list, we'll say .header is display flex, and oh, I need to hit save here so that applies. Okay, cool, those are now in a line. Of course, it looks like things got a little bit squeezed with our logo, which is just kind of what happens when you make something a flex container with an image in it. It will stretch it to be the full height. In order to fix that, I can say align, let's see, items to the center, and yeah, that set my logo back to the same proportions that it was before. Because I just have the two items, the image element and the nav element, I think I can just say space, or no, justify content space between, and sure enough, that pushed the nav over here to the right. And then I think I'm going to have to style each one of these list items, and only because I'm a man of my word, I'm going to add a class name to each one of them. In the real world, I would just select the li children of the nav list element. We'll go ahead and call this nav list item. Okay, in our, well, let's hit save. I have to remember to hit save on Scrimba there, and then we'll select the .nav list item. And my goal is to get some spacing here. I think if I put a margin, let's try margin right of 10 pixels. And wow, actually that looks pretty good. I think I might bump up the font size to just something like 1.1 rem just to see. Yep, I think that's pretty good. I actually think my margin right is putting a space over here on the right. Let's try margin left, and I think that might be a little better. I think my nav and the rest of my page is going to line up a little bit nicer that way. Now my image is looking a little bit smaller than I think I would like it to. And so now that we know how to add styles with classes, let's go ahead and do a third part of our challenge. All right, the last challenge in this scrim is to move the width style off of the JSX on the image here and over into the CSS using a dedicated class name on the image element. Then make sure to change that width to 55 pixels instead of the 40 pixels that we currently have. Let's pause now to work on this challenge. All right, let's give this a dedicated class name. Maybe we'll just call this nav-logo. and I'll hit save. We'll go over to the CSS and access the nav-logo, give it a width of 55 pixels. And well, look at that. It automatically applied immediately. As soon as I finish that, we can go over to the element again and remove that 40 pixel width. And okay, that's looking pretty good. Now, before we move on, I want to encourage you to take some time to put some additional effort into styling the page that we have here. Obviously, what we have is just about as basic as it could possibly get. I did this myself, and I put maybe 5 minutes of styling into this, and I think it shows. It's definitely not going to win any design awards or anything like that, but give it your own little flair. You don't even have to use this dark theme that we've been using. You can switch it to something completely different and fun. I want this to be not only an opportunity to practice playing in the code, which is probably why you're here on Scrimba in the first place, but also to give you an opportunity to interact with the Scrimba community, especially the Scrimba community over on Discord. There's a dedicated I built this channel in our Scrimba Discord server, and that would be a great place to put your own design tweak on this, post it over there in the I built this channel, and really feel proud about what you've done so far in this course. Once you've had a chance to put some flair on this and post something in the Discord server, then come back here to the course and we'll keep moving forward. We've spent some time separating each of the parts of our main app into different components, but these components are still kind of cluttering up our index.jsx file. Especially as these components were to get larger and larger as we built our site out, we would find this not to be a tenable solution, as I'm sure you can imagine. Fortunately, moving these components into their own files is a really simple task. Here in the Project Explorer, I'm going to create a new file and we'll call it H header.jsx. Remember, because the header component has JSX in it, whenever we have a file that will contain JSX, we need to make sure we use the .jsx extension so that Vite does a more thorough job when it comes to compiling our code down. So like I said, this process is going to be pretty straightforward. I'm going to cut the header component out from the index file and go over to my header file and paste it in here. Now, if I save this, I'm going to get errors because I'm missing the header component that I'm trying to render in my index file. It's trying to render header, but it doesn't know anything about header. So I'm going to place a challenge pause here just to give you a chance to think through what the steps are that need to happen in order for this to start working again. You're welcome to actually do those steps if you want, but it's not necessarily what I'm expecting at this point. We'll do that in just a second with the other components. I think there's just two small changes we need to make in order for our page to start working again, so take a second to see if you can figure out what those are. Well, currently our header is kind of trapped inside of our header file, and so I need to make sure that I export this component. There's a lot of different ways to do this. One of the most common ways I see is just using export default in front of your function. Of course, technically, because this is a default export, we don't necessarily have to give it a name, but I think for debugging purposes, this actually ends up being pretty beneficial for us. Okay, so now we have a way to send our header component out of the header file. Let's go over to our index, and all we need to do is to import it. And because I exported default, I can just say import header. I don't have to surround it in curly braces because I'm exporting it as a default, and I will import that from /H header. If this is your first time dealing with exports and imports in JavaScript, as a really quick high-level overview, when you default export something, all you have to do is say import, and then you can call it whatever you want at this point. I could have said whatever component, and then as long as I called it whatever component down here, whatever component, it should just work. I'll go ahead and hit save, and we'll see that we're up and running again. Naturally, I like to just keep everything consistently named, so of course I'm going to rename this to header. Also, as a quick recap for imports and exports, here, because I'm beginning this with a // that's a way to indicate that I'm importing this from my own file and not from a third-party package that lives in my node modules folder. It also has a default of .js for the extension, and in this case it also tends to work with .jsx, so I don't have to include that part, but I think some teams decide they do want to do that. A lot of things just end up being conventions that you have to learn from whatever project or team you're on. It's most important to stick with the conventions of your project and just to stay consistent. Okay, I renamed that. Let's hit save. We can see that we're up and running. All right, it's your turn. Let me type out a challenge. Okay, not too shocking, but your challenge is to move the main content component and the footer components into their own separate files, probably just called main content.jsx and footer.jsx. And then, of course, you'll need to do whatever else needs to happen in order for our app to continue working. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. All right, let's create a couple new files, main content.jsx and footer.jsx. It's probably helpful to note right now, I'm just kind of stuffing everything here at the project root because we don't have that much. Oftentimes you'll find people creating a folder that's called components and putting all of their designated component files into that folder. And of course, as your project gets larger and larger, you'll have to come up with more intense ways to organize things so that it's not too overwhelming. Every project tends to be different, so don't take what I'm doing here as gospel and be willing to be flexible. As long as you understand the principles, it should all be pretty straightforward. Okay, let's take our main content component and we will put it into our main content here. I'm going to just type out export default and then paste in the rest of the component. We'll go ahead and do the same thing for our footer. We'll take that out, put it in our footer, export default. And we need to remember to import those things, so I'll go ahead and do that. Because I chose the same names as what we had before, I won't need to make any changes there. Our index file now looks really clean, and everything is still working. As always, feel free to play around with this code if you want to move things into their own components folder and change your imports just to play around with things. That would be a great way to get your hands on the code even more. Then, whenever you're ready, let's keep moving forward. When I'm starting out on a new project, one thing that I really like to do is try to solidify a mental model of how I'm going to build a certain app or page. At this point in the process, I'm not trying to write out exactly what I'm trying to create. I'm simply making sure I understand what needs to show up on the page and how I might go about creating that. This is a great time to tackle any tricky areas of a specific design that I think I might run into and start thinking about that earlier rather than later. So I'm going to mark a challenge here. I want you to take just a minute or two and see if you can figure out how you would separate each part of this page, what kinds of elements you might use, any specific CSS you might decide to use, and stuff like that. So go ahead and take a minute to think about that. In web development, there's always a lot of different ways to approach a specific problem. So the way that I'm thinking about this may not be the same that you did, and that's okay. When I see this page, I see two main parent components. One would be this header, which fortunately doesn't have a whole lot in there for us, and then sort of a main content section. This one, unlike the practice one that we were doing, doesn't have a footer. Inside the header, I might just have a single logo that contains both the icon and the text. A lot of brands will make sure that their text is actually part of the image to make sure it's the same. For no particular reason, we're going to actually use this as a text element, so we'll have two elements. We'll have the logo image itself and then some text. To me, I can just see right now, because I will have these inline, I could either use an image and a span, both of which are inline elements, and I probably won't face too many issues with that. Of course, if I do run into anything, I usually just tend to resort directly to Flexbox, and that's a great way for me to get things all aligned nice and neatly. And then I just have maybe an H1 sitting here in the main content of our page and our unordered list. And then, of course, in the background, we have sort of a partial background image. We're going to see how we might tackle that. Once I've started creating this mental model, I can start thinking of those portions of the page in terms of actual elements that I want to create. Oftentimes, I will put everything inside of some sort of container. In this case, I just have it as a div with a class name of container. And then we have our two main sections, our header section and our main section. So those would be our header element and our main element in HTML. And although we don't really have other navigation elements like we had in our practice app with the pricing, about, and contact, very typically clicking the logo or the logo text, I guess in our case, would send you back to the home page of a website. So that would be considered part of the navigation. We're not going to bother with anchor tags in this case, but it still would make sense for us to set it up correctly and put it inside of a nav element. That's where we'll have an image and a span perhaps, and we'll make sure to apply some styles to those. Then in our main section, as we said, we just have a simple H1 and then an unordered list with some list items, and everything should be pretty peachy from there. It seems like it's going to be a pretty straightforward project. By way of organization, I probably will do a very similar setup as I had before, where I might have some sort of app component, which will be in charge of rendering essentially everything, and then that app component will render a header component, which will contain the markup in our header section up here, and maybe a main or a main content component, just like we had in our practice, that renders everything on the main element. Hopefully that can be a helpful practice for you. Feel free to adapt it to whatever makes the most sense for you, but I do find that it tends to be one of the best ways when I'm preparing for a new project to make sure that I get started off on the right foot. With this quick mental outline of the project behind us, let's jump into a series of challenges where you will have a chance to build each piece of this section project. Let's get the very bare bones of this project set up. And as a little gift, I'm not going to require you to write any more create root code. Hopefully you've had enough repetition now that if you needed to, you could do that again. So let me walk through the steps and then I'll hand it over to you to work on this first part of the project. First, I want you to create a separate app.jsx file. It will be a sibling to this current index.jsx.
This video shows how to write an on-click event in a React link. So this is what
All right, and up next, let's take a look at how we can navigate around our project, because at the moment, the only way how we can do that is using URL bar, and that is probably not the best user experience. Unlike the traditional multi-page application where we use the href, the link element, in this case, if we want to navigate around our project, so internally, we want to grab the link component from React Rotterdam. Now, if we want to go somewhere externally, for example, if I want to go to google.com or johnsmilk.com, then yes, you still need to use the link component like so. So you'll set up a link component, href, and then whatever the URL. But in order to navigate around our project, we'll use the link component instead. And then the link component is looking for one thing. It's looking for to prop. And then notice we just pass in the URL. Now, again, we don't need to go with full URL in here. We just need to go with / and then whatever we have in the app.js. So since I have these pages, / so the homepage, about, and product, kind of make these pages, / so the homepage, about, and product, kind of makes sense if in the homepage, if I want to go to about page, I need to go with / and then the name is about. Now these ones do need to match, so make sure homepage, if I want to go to about page, I need to go with / and in the whatever we have, the homepage, about, and product, since I have these pages, /, so the homepage, about, and product, kind of makes sense if in the homepage, if I want to go to about page, I need to go with / and then the name is about. Now these ones do need to match, so make sure that the syntax is correct.
let's get the very bare bones of this project set up. And as a little gift, I'm not not going to require you to write any more create root code. Hopefully you've had enough repetition now that if you needed to, you could do that again. So let me walk through the steps and then I'll hand it over to you to work on this first part of the project. First, I want you to create a separate app.jsx file. It will be a sibling to this current index.jsx file, and you're going to create a new app component. It's just going to be called app. This is a really common way to set up a React app where you'll have index.jsx, which is involved in setting up things like the root and doing other more project configuration style things, and then having a separate file like app.jsx, which will export a component called app or something along those lines, whose job it is to aggregate all of the other parts of your app that you want. It acts as sort of a parent component to everything that will get displayed on your page. After that, I want you to create a separate components folder, and you're going to create two different component files inside, a navbar.jsx and a main.jsx. For now, in those components, all you'll need to do is render something like an H1 that says like navbar goes here or main component goes here. Make sure to export those, and inside of the app component that you just created before this, you'll import and render the navbar and main components. Then, inside of this file, index.jsx, you'll import and render the app component right here in root.render. As a final step, and this one might require a little bit of extra research if you haven't done this before, I want you to go over to Google Fonts and get the Inter font with the weights of 400, 600, and 700. Then just add the links to those Google Fonts here in the index.html file. And make sure to do it above this link element here so it'll go up here. Okay, that's all the steps for this challenge. It's quite a bit to do, but I think you should be able to do it relatively quickly. So I'll hand it over to you to work on this challenge. All right, let's start by creating some files. I'll create a new app.jsx with a All right, let's start by creating some files. I'll create a new app.jsx with a capital A in app. And here we will just get set up. We'll export default our app function. And you know what, let's take it one little step at a time. I'll first render an H1 here. That says app component here. Let's go over to index.jsx and import it. We'll import app from ./app. And down here, let's just get it rendered. This is kind of a nice intermediate way for us to just make sure that everything is working correctly. Okay, cool. App component here. Now let's create our components folder. And inside components, I'll go ahead and create a navbar.jsx and a main.jsx. And I'll just copy and paste. This is kind of the cheater way, but it'll save a little bit of time. We'll call this main, and we'll say that's the main component. And we'll do the same thing for navbar. Okay, and then over in app.jsx, we don't want this to be rendering its own markup per se, at least not right now. But instead, we want to import our main component, and that's going to be from ./components, because we're inside the components folder, /main, and we'll import navbar from ./components/navbar. And then we will just render the, let's see, we'll do the navbar first. And then because we have two siblings that we're trying to render, we need to wrap them in some kind of parent. We'll just use a fragment at this time, and we hit save, and awesome, looks like that's working great. Okay, then we need to bring in, I think as a final step, a little bit separate from everything else, some Google fonts. We're going to bring in the Inter font with the weights 400, 600, and 700. And actually it looks like at the time of recording this, Google Fonts has introduced something called variable fonts, which allow me to bring in the font and then set a specific style to change the font kind of however I want with the weights. So we'll just go ahead and bring in the variable font. It's totally okay if you didn't do it that way during the challenge, but I can just bring in those links. And we're not ready to use these quite yet, but I'll go over to index.jsx and just clean up our challenge text. And cool, we're in a great starting place. In the next part of our section project challenge, we will be working on the navigation bar styling at the top. I wanted to give some fair warning about the next few challenges that we are about to do. There will be a few points throughout this entire course where we're working on our section project, and it does kind of turn into mostly CSS work. I'm going to leave it up to you to decide if you want the refresher on CSS or you want the challenge of working on the CSS. Of course, doing the CSS and styling is likely to be a large part of any front-end job that you have. And so personally, I think it's good experience, but if you are coming to this course with quite a bit of experience in CSS and styling in general, following a design and getting your project to look the way it's supposed to look, then you have my kind of hesitant permission to skip the CSS portions of the upcoming lessons. That said, if you've never tried to mimic a design from a design program like Figma, or it's been a while since you've done any CSS, then I highly, highly recommend that you do complete the CSS portions of these challenges that we're about to do. In this lesson, we're just going to be focusing on the navigation bar at the top. If you click the screenshot here, that will take you to the Figma design where you can see things like the font, the sizing, the colors, and so forth. I'm also going to leave this Google slide in the lower corner if you need to reference the Figma design again in one of the future lessons that we do during this project. So let's get started on the nav bar. Your challenge is to complete the nav bar so that it looks like the design. I have a couple hints here for semantic HTML purposes. The nav bar should render a header as its top level component, and it should have a nav element nested inside. Then we can put the image and the text of React facts, which in our case will be two separate elements. They can both be rendered inside of the nav as children. And semantically, it makes sense because typically in a navigation bar, your site's logo in the nav bar on the upper left will also include some kind of anchor that navigates the user to the homepage usually. And then as a hint, I've already mentioned this, but make sure you reference the Figma design so you can get the most accurate information about the colors and sizes and so forth. All right, it's your turn. Give this nav bar your best shot. All right, so instead of an H1, let's go ahead and render our header element. Inside the header, we will add a nav element. And our nav is going to have an image, and we'll fill this out in just a second. And then the text, let's just go ahead and add this as a span. I can type in React facts right now. I think we can get rid of the challenge text. We kind of have an idea of what we're doing. Let's hit save. And okay, all we see is React facts. That's probably what we'd expect. Let's fill out the image, and then we'll have a bunch of styling to do. So first, we need to make sure we have a source. And remember, image sources here in Scrimba might end up being a little bit different than the way that you're doing them locally if you're using, for example, a Vite project. I think it will work if I type in a relative path. I'm here inside of my components folder, so I need to make sure to go back a directory, and then I have my react-logo.png right there. Let's see if that works. Okay, that does work. I think if I do an absolute path from the project root, it should also work. Yeah, our image is showing up. I'm just going to leave it like this because I think this will work a majority of the computers. And very soon we'll be learning about another way we can bring in this logo that will work across whatever platform you're using. Okay, in our image we want to make sure we always include an alt text. So we'll say this is the React logo. And from there, we are just going to have some styling to do. I think that's pretty much all that's left for this challenge. So I could go through and add class names to everything. More power to you if that's how you decided to do this challenge. It's great to get practice with class name. However, because I know that this site is just going to have one header, one nav, and that nav is only going to have one image and one span inside, I'm going to shortcut that a little bit and just access these elements. So this is the point at which we'll mostly be working in CSS. And again, if you already feel very, very comfortable with CSS, it's okay. You have my permission to skip this part. Otherwise, please stick around and watch this process. I've chosen to include this because I think it could be a helpful reminder and helpful practice for a lot of people taking this course. So let's move over to our CSS file. And this image is driving me a little bit crazy. Let's access the image inside of our nav and say that the width is, let's give it 30 pixels. And boy, 30 just looks a little bit small. I think the design says 30, but I don't know. I think I like 40 a little better. We might even bump that up a little more later. Okay, so by default, React Facts is not aligned to the center. Vertical aligning like this, I personally believe, is best done with Flexbox. So I'm going to access the parent and make it a Flex container. So that's the nav element. Let me just make sure. And yeah, so our nav will be the Flex parent or the Flex container, and the image and the span will become the Flex items inside of it. So this will be display Flex. And then we can align the items to the center, and perfect, that looks pretty good. If I look at the design, the entire header shows that it is about 90 pixels. So I'm going to style the header and give it a height of 90 pixels. And I think that makes it so the nav is not taking up all that space. You know what, before we do anything else, I'm going to give it a background color and just bring in the, say, the background color from the design on Figma, which is this color. And yeah, we can see that that's not the correct height. So now that the header has a height, let's just make sure that the nav has a height of 100% so that it fills the entire parent container. And cool, now that's centered. It's pushed pretty close up there to the left, and that's because I had added this margin of 0 to the body. I kind of need that because if I don't, then we can see we get that gap around our header. So let's leave this at 0, but then we can just add some padding inside of, honestly, I don't think it would matter if it's the header or the nav. Let's go ahead and put it inside the header, and let's give it maybe 30 pixels on the top and bottom and 25 pixels on the left and right. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, now I think the biggest eyesore is the text of React Facts, which is barely visible right now. Let's separate it from the image by about the 7 pixels that the design shows. So we'll give the image itself a margin right of 7 pixels. I guess we could also give the span a margin left of 7 pixels. I don't think it would matter too much either way. And let's go ahead and select that text. So this is going to be the nav with the child of a span. And again, I just as easily could have gone here and given class names to everything. Maybe just so I'm covering my bases, just as a reminder, we don't say class equals, but we say class name with a capital N equals, and then everything else is exactly the same as you're used to with regular classes. In this case, I am going to take the shortcut. Okay, the color is driving me crazy. Let's switch it to the blue color from the design, and let's bump up the font size a bit. And the design does say that it's 22.25 pixels. If we take that and divide it by 16, we can get the rem size, which is a better practice to use for our font size anyway. I'm going to round a little bit and say that it's about 1.3 rem. And actually, I think it more closely rounds to 1.4, so let's just bump that up again. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The font is not quite right, though. And that's where our inter font comes into play. I'm just going to style the entire body to have that. So we'll say the font family is going to be inter. Let me make sure that is, yeah, that's working. Okay, great. And maybe we'll just give a sans serif backup for that. If we look at the design, that React Fax text has a font weight of 700, and that is looking pretty darn good. All right, that's really taking shape. Great job working on this challenge. Next, we'll naturally be styling the main content section. All right, I'm going to have the same caveat for this lesson. We are mostly doing CSS in this challenge. So do with that what you will. If you could use practice in CSS, then we would love to have you do this challenge. Either way, I do want you to at least add all of the markup that needs to happen here. So let's take a look at the challenge itself. Just like the navbar challenge, we're going to be building out the main content section so that it matches what we see in the Figma design. There are two aspects of the Figma design that I want you to skip for now because we'll be doing those as separate challenges. One is having the bullets on the side be a different color and I believe a different size. And the second is this side React logo over here. Don't worry about those two aspects, but do worry about everything else that you see and try to match the design as closely as possible. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, let's do the markup here. I'm going to surround everything in a main element since that's semantically correct for the main content on our page. And we will have the fun facts about React be in H1 here, so I'll go ahead and type that in. And then simply enough, we have an unordered list. This should feel pretty familiar because our challenges earlier on in the course were essentially doing this exact same thing. And with that, we'll just have 5 list items. And I'll go ahead on a Mac and hit Option-Shift down, and that will let me copy this line. And I won't make you sit and watch me type out all of the text here, so I'll go ahead and copy and paste that in. All right, let's hit save, and awesome, that's a great start. Let me make this a little bit bigger so we have a little more space to see these items. And we are just going to jump over to the CSS now and get started working on that. First, let's get the background and the text in the right color. I think I'm just going to set a background color on the body. If instead I were to style the main element, which I'm sure we could make work, but we'll see, let me comment this one out and put it here on main. Yeah, we'll see that we have actually a couple issues that are highlighted here. First of all, we get some collapsing margin happening with our H1. The default margin on the top of the H1 is actually pushing our entire main section down, and so we get that white stripe there. And secondly, we're not taking up the full height of our page. We might address that in just a minute, but I think it makes a ton of sense to put the background color just on the body so we don't have to worry about that, so that's what we'll do for now. I am currently pushed all the way up to the left here because the body has a margin of 0, and again I don't want to add margin to the body because that's going to kind of mess up our header up there. So that's a perfect thing for us to do on the main element. We'll go ahead and give this some padding, and it looks like it's about 60 pixels on the top and about 30 pixels on the left. We'll just let that go top and bottom and left and right. And that's looking pretty far down. I do think that's because of that H1 margin. So I'll go ahead and select the H1 inside of my main and set the margin to 0. And yeah, that looks a lot closer. Because I set a dark background on the body, I think I also am going to use the body selector to select the color and just change it to white. That way if I did create a footer or something and wanted that text to also be white because it's a dark background, then I wouldn't have to repeat that style. But I don't know, we're venturing into realms where it really doesn't matter how you do it at that point. All right, let's set the font size here while we're at it. And the design currently shows that it's 39 pixels. That translates to about 2.4 rem. So that's what we'll set that at. Let me make this a little wider again. Okay, let's start working on our list. The lines look like they're pretty tight together, and the design shows that there's about 20 pixels of space between them. At this point, I suppose I could say main and then child selector of unordered list, but at this point, because I might have multiple unordered lists, I'm just going to kind of do my own personal best practice. And in my main section, I'll go ahead and give this a class name. And let's say it's the facts list. Okay, then over in our CSS, I can just select .facts list. And it looks like it's about 46 pixels pushed away from the header. So let's give this a margin top of 46 pixels. Make this a little taller here. And I think actually if I make this wider, we can see this one starts to get a little bit wide. In this case, it's not so bad. But if we were to add more facts, for example, that had a lot more words, we would end up with a full width list item there. And so maybe what I'll do is give this a max width. And let's just say something like 400 pixels. That way, when this gets really wide, we are still limiting ourselves to the width of this list. I don't know, that's a design decision that might not make a big difference right now. Okay, let's add some space above and below each of the list items. I'll just go ahead and select the facts list and get all the list items inside of there. And I can add a margin to both the top and the bottom by using margin block. So that will allow me to say 10 pixels on the top and 10 pixels on the bottom of each item. And that gives us a little bit of extra space there. That's nice. And in the design, if we look really closely, each of these also has a line height set, and it says 19 pixels. Let's see if that really makes much of a difference. And boy, there's barely any difference there, but it does make a little bit of a difference, especially when it starts to wrap. So we'll just leave it in there. And one other thing I actually just realized is my items are not spaced as much as I thought they would be. The design shows them as 20 pixels apart, but I just realized that when I'm doing margin block, the bottom margin for one item and the top margin for the other are collapsing together into a single 10 pixel margin. So I can either set this to margin block of 20 pixels, and that actually looks a little bit more correctly spaced, or I think I can do padding block of 10 pixels, and padding does not collapse in the same way. I think I'm going to leave it just here at padding block so I don't have to worry about thinking about collapsing margins in the future. But either way should work just fine. And okay, this is in a pretty good place. The only other two things we have on this project, like I mentioned, is to color the bullets here and then to add the little React logo on the right. Those do have a little bit of a gotcha to them, so we're just going to do them separately in their own challenges. I'll remove this challenge text, and we will go ahead and start tackling those challenges next. I was going to have coloring the bullets so that they were a little bit larger and blue be a challenge that I gave you, and of course if you want to try and do it on your own, you're more than welcome to do that. A really common way to customize bullets like this are to completely remove the bullets from the unordered list, and then to use a before pseudo element and create your own little CSS shape that is in the shape of a bullet. But at that point it felt a little too, I guess, nitty-gritty to be really diving into doing that with CSS in the middle of the React course. I know I said it's good to practice CSS, but I think that might have been a little bit overkill. Instead, we're going to stray just a tiny bit from the design, and we're going to use a special pseudo selector called marker. So I can grab my list items here, and I can use : marker, and this is a pseudo selector that's very specifically intended to add styles to your bullet points in list items. I can grab the color of, let's see, our span right here, and actually I can just grab this whole style, I think. Let's go ahead and set the color, and just like that, our bullets are now the same blue color as React facts. I am allowed to style any font properties like font size, and I did find that 1.5 rems is about as large as I can go before these start getting misaligned. We can see if I were to make this something really large like 4 rems that the alignment ends up being a little bit messed up. And I tried for quite a while to get these to align and couldn't really do that. If you know of a good way to do this, then please reach out to me on the Scrimba Discord server. I would love to know how you did it. But that said, don't waste a bunch of time on it. I'm just going to set it to 1.5 where they look like they're still pretty well aligned, and we'll just leave it at that. It does stray a little bit from the design because I think these bullets are a little bit bigger than what we see there. They're probably more like 2 rem, but I just couldn't deal with with the misalignment, it was bugging me just a little too much. Okay, you get that one for free. Didn't make you do any work there. The last little design thing we'll add is the logo over here, and that will pretty much wrap up the React Facts section project for us. We just have one more tiny thing that we're going to add, and that is the React logo that's floating here in the background. Because this isn't an element that is really a semantically important part of our markup, I'm just going to have you add it as a background image instead of trying to add it as an image element. For example, I don't need a screen reader to read that there's an image element here or have it be accessible via the keyboard or anything like that, so I think it's okay for it to just be a background image on the main element. The challenges that we've done up until now at least had a little bit of markup that you had to write React code or JSX code for. This one is going to be purely CSS, so I do give you permission. If you feel completely solid with your CSS skills, I give you permission to skip this one. That said, I think CSS can be fun, so even if you are, you're welcome to stick around and do this challenge. I've given some hints about how you should use the background image with the URL, and one thing I did add is the React logo half.png file here. It is only the actual half of the logo, like it looks like here. It's not just bleeding off the side of the page. That just has more to do with how I exported it from Figma, but honestly, it makes the job a little bit easier to match the design that we see here. One thing I'm going to do really quick, just because it's bugging me, is I'm going to create an images folder, and I'm going to move my logos into that images folder, and that means I need to come over to my navbar and just fix my reference here. We're going to start with /images. Hitting save, and okay, everything is working great. Read the challenge text here, and I'll pass it on to you to start working on the challenge. Okay, on our main element, I'm going to add Okay, on our main element, I'm going to add a background image, and we'll set that to a URL. I think in CSS I don't have to have my quotation marks, so I'm just going to say /images/react logo half.png. Awesome, there we go. By default it is repeating, so I'm going to add the background repeat property and just set that to the value of no repeat. Okay, and that's making it float by default in the upper left, so that's where the background position comes from. And background position is actually a combination of two different properties, so there's background position X and background position Y. In fact, let's just use those to start and then we'll make it short. So X would be the left and right, or the horizontal positioning. And one option I have here is to put it all the way to the right. That looks pretty good, that's halfway there. And then I would add background position Y, and right doesn't make sense there because we're talking about up and down. So I could say top, which I think is the default in this case. I could say bottom, and that pushes it a little bit too far to the bottom. I can say center, and that puts it directly in the center, although it looks a little bit high compared to the design. The design looks like it's not exactly in the center. So what I can do is provide a percentage of where it should sit in that direction. So I think if I were to put it at something like 65%, that seems about right. So maybe we'll just stick with 65%. Now I can combine these though and make these a little bit more straightforward. So we'll say background position right, space, 65%, and then I can get rid of my specific background position X and Y properties. And now I'm just being picky, but I think this might be just a hair lower. We'll go ahead and say, yeah, let's stick it at 70%. Keep in mind, we're not really doing any mobile first or desktop first designs. If I start to make this really large, then things, I don't know, they don't look great. They're breaking down a little bit. But for now, this is going to work okay for us. Again, CSS isn't really the point of this course. Again, if you feel pretty comfortable with the background shorthand property, then you actually can combine these three together and just say background is this value, space, this value, space, this value. Myself, I always forget what order these need to be in, so I either have to look it up or I just choose to do this three separate properties like we have here. Okay, let me clean up the challenge text here, and let's just navigate over to our index page so we can actually be looking at some React code again. Hopefully for some of you that was helpful to spend some time on the CSS. We will be going back and forth to CSS a little bit as the course progresses, but I'm excited, as I'm sure you are, to get back to learning more about React. We've just barely started scratching the surface of what React is capable of doing. Now we have a few administrative details to help set us up for success through this course, and then we'll be doing a recap of the actual React things that we've learned so far. So buckle up, we're just getting started and it gets more and more exciting from here. Hey yo, you did it. You built your first React project. I know it might not seem like much, but it's really exciting. These first few steps of building a static page are really crucial in your journey to learning React. As a quick recap, the things that we've learned, we talked about why we should even care about React in the first place. We talked about how the composability paradigm that it introduces is super helpful in how you can structure your applications going forward, and how its declarative nature just really improves the developer experience. We practiced time and time again, probably too many times in your eyes, how to set up a new React project, but we also talked about how you can set things up locally on your own machine using Vite. Scrimba is a great environment to play around with your code and to learn very interactively like we're doing here, but eventually you'll be wanting to build your own projects on your local machine, so we made sure to cover that. We talked about JSX and how it's a so-called syntactic sugar on top of React.createElement, and how in the end, all it's doing is returning JavaScript objects. Those objects then describe what React should be placing on the page, and it gives us React developers a really nice, familiar syntax that we can use to describe what should end up in our web app. We built our own custom components, which is the crux of having composability in React. And truth be told, we have yet only scratched the surface of the ways in which building custom components gives you the flexibility that composition gives. And just so we're not left with something terrible to look at, we talked about styling and spent a fair amount of time actually building the styles for our app. If you haven't yet done so, this would be an ideal time to head over to the Scrimba Discord community and post a message about the accomplishment of finishing section 1 of the React course. You can click on the screenshot you see here for an invite to the Discord community and a link directly to the Today I Did channel. This might be a good time to take a quick break from learning React if you have found yourself binging this course. It's important for your brain to rest and relax so that it can actually digest the information you've already consumed and make some space for what is to come. And we do have some really exciting things to come. So once you're ready, let's go ahead and jump into the next section.